We are live from the campus of Tuskegee University, the number 3 HBCU in the nation. As we survey the campus, this is where we are at the softball complex on this beautiful campus here at Tuskegee University. On the softball complex as we get set for softball action this afternoon, where into today's ball game at 20-5 overall, and they are 15-2 in SIAC play. They'll meet the Thorobreds of Kentucky State in afternoon play. They are 10-15 and 8-7. Teams played on yesterday. Tuskegee won a tight one 2-0, and this is the doubleheader today on Saturday to finish out the series between these teams here of Tuskegee. Again, Tuskegee number 1 in the West. Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State, they come in at number 4. Pitching matchup this afternoon for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. It'll be the senior Kamaya Hampton, first team all-conference player. Kamaya with a 2.1 ERA, 8-3 overall. This will be her 12th appearance for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee as they get set to meet the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. For Kamaya on the season, 63 innings pitched, 62 hits given up, 33 runs. She struck out 58 and walked 16. For the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State, they will go with Teresa Peelan. Peelan, a junior from Alberta, Canada. Peelan on the season, a 3.9 ERA. She is 4-3 on the season. This will be her 12th appearance for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. On the season, Peelan, the 64 innings pitched. She's given up 59 hits. She's also had 46 strikes on the season and 42 base on balls. So that's the matchup. The junior from Canada versus the senior from Pinson, Alabama will be in the circle for both teams. We'll get you set with starting lineups and get ready for first pitch after this break here on GTSN.
Is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
Couldn't hear him. Is there anything I could do? We plugged in the shotgun mic. Does that need to be unplugged on camera 1?
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
I thought we checked that. Okay, come on. Here we go. We're still top of the hour. Jeez. No, no, no. And we're back live here at the softball complex on the campus of Tuskegee University, getting set for softball action. Golden Tigers getting set to host the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Golden Tigers coming into this ball game 20-5. We'll take a look now at the starting lineups for both teams. We'll get those introduced here because it's senior day here at Tuskegee. 7 on the roster from Tuskegee that'll be recognized here in today's ball game. But we'll take a look at the visiting Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State first. They will shape it up this way in terms of the batting order and the fielding position. It'll be Angelyn Brown. She'll bat first for the Thoroughbreds. She'll play third base in this first ball game of our doubleheader. Taylor Floyd will be out in center field. She will bat second. Aaliyah Long will bat in the third spot, and she will play shortstop. Savannah Teal over at first base. She will bat fourth. Leanne Holloman, she will be the designated player, and Leanne will bat fifth in the lineup for Kentucky State. Followed by Jordan Bowman. Jordan Bowman will be out in right field, and she will bat in the sixth position. Ashley Atkins in the lineup this afternoon. She will play left field, and she will bat seventh. Followed by Layla Troxler. Troxler, the second baseman for the Thoroughbreds. She will bat eighth in their lineup. And Alaria Jones, she will be behind the plate catching the pitcher, Teresa Peelan. Jones will bat ninth in the position in the batting order for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. So for Kentucky State, it's Brown, Floyd, and Long, followed by Teal, Holm, then Bowman, then Atkins, Troxler, and then Jones. Those are the 9 that head coach David Morton Jr. will send up to the plate for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Coach Morton in his 8th season. For the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee, it'll be mixed with some seniors in this afternoon's lineup. It'll be Alarian Beckley. Beckley will play out in right field. She'll bat first for the Golden Tigers, followed by the senior shortstop Jessica Morales. But Jessica going to be playing third base this afternoon for the Golden Tigers in the game 1 of 2 scheduled for this afternoon. Senior Kaylee Rodan. Rodan normally behind the plate. She'll be out in left field. She'll bat third in the lineup. And she'll be followed by Caroline Clark. Clark playing at second base, and she will bat fourth. Then the first baseman, Alexis Thompson, she'll bat fifth in the lineup, followed by Carol Ross at shortstop. Ross will be batting in the sixth position. Victoria Harrison out in center field. She's a senior. She will bat seventh in the lineup, followed by Nyla Strange-Lindley. Nyla behind the plate this afternoon. Rodan out in left field, so Nyla will be batting in the 8th spot. And then Kaylin Hardrick, the designated player for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee, she will bat 9th in the order. So it's Beckley, Morales, Roldan, followed by Clark, Thompson, then Ross, Harrison, Strange-Lindley, then Hardrick, the 9 for head coach Dedrick Randall. He's in his 6th season. And Coach Randall assisted by Janicia Taylor. Taylor in her 1st season. On the mound for the Golden Tigers, Kamaya Hampton. Hampton, a senior. She'll be recognized in today's ball game, and she will be throwing against Teresa Peelan for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Just about set here for the first pitch of the ball game. We'll take a quick time out here and back with the first pitch on GTSN.
For five-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Here at the Tuskegee softball complex, you see the wind there based upon the flag out in center field, blowing from right to left out in the center field. Tuskegee getting set to take the field, but before they do that, Sports Information Director Jordan Benson at Tuskegee University is going to introduce these seniors, and rightfully so, on a day that they get recognized for their continued work and support of Tuskegee athletics as student athletes. On this Saturday afternoon. Ball game on yesterday. Tuskegee won it 2-0. That one went 7 innings, and Tuskegee set for doubleheader action here against the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Tuskegee first in the West in the SIAC, just in front of Spring Hill by a 2-game margin. So every ball game for Tuskegee from this point on, which the 2 in this series, then they play non-conference against Stillman. Those don't count. But then they'll have that season finale in a series with the Golden Bears of Miles College, and that will kind of dictate where Tuskegee finishes on the regular season as they get set for that matchup to conclude the season. Then one more ball game on the schedule, another non-conference contest there. So we are set to begin action here momentarily from the softball field here at Tuskegee University. Golden Tigers getting set to meet the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. But before we get going, we'll get set for the starting lineups that will be introduced here at Tuskegee University. And the seniors got 7 on the roster this year for head coach Dietrich Randall, Victoria Harrison, Nyla Strange-Lindley, Jessica Morales, Kaylee Rodan, Kamaya Hampton, and Kaylin Hardrick as well as Caroline Clark. Those are the 7 seniors for Tuskegee. Players from Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State being introduced here at home court, at home plate, as they will meet umpire Tim Slama and James Walden. Those two will be calling this ball game. It'll be Slama behind the plate and Walden out in the field in this first ball game. Got 2 untapped for you here on a Saturday afternoon. Windy conditions here in Tuskegee. Puffy clouds across the horizon, but no threat of rain at the moment. Just trying to hold down everything that we can hold on to. Papers flying around, microphones flying around, even a couple of bodies flying around. Just kidding about that. So Tuskegee's introduced now at home court. Beckley being introduced. She'll take her spot out in the field. She will occupy right field for Kentucky, or for the Golden Tigers. Being introduced now at third base is the senior Jessica Morales. They'll all take a plate at the chalk line down the third baseline. Rodan, she's being introduced. Kaylee will play out in left field this afternoon. Kaylee, senior from Hawaii, and a big part of Tuskegee's success over the years. Caroline Clark, she'll take position at second base. Clark, one of the leading hitters for Tuskegee, also a pitcher for the Golden Tigers, has not been called on very much this year since the addition of Monica Rose in the pitching rotation, but Caroline very steady at second base. Alexis Thompson, of course, she's got another year's eligibility for Tuskegee. She'll occupy first base. And Victoria Harrison, the senior, she'll go out in the center field, and the 3 outfielders gather there behind second base. And behind the plate, Nyla Strange-Lindley. Nyla, the senior from Sulphur Springs, Texas. And she'll be doing the catching this afternoon. And down the line is Kaylin Hardrick. Hardrick, the designated player in this ball game. She'll be hitting in the lineup for Tuskegee as the rest of the team makes it onto the field, and Kamaya Hampton sets herself squarely into the pitcher's circle, and we're just about ready for first pitch here on senior day for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Strange-Lindley behind the plate catching. Thompson at first, at second, Caroline Clark at short. They'll mix it up a little bit. It's at short this afternoon. It's going to be Ross there instead of Morales, and then Ross normally at second base. Jessica will be playing third, and that's to make accommodations for Caroline at second base to get into that lineup. In the outfield, Rodan in left, Harrison in center, and Beckley out in right field for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. At the plate for the Thoroughbreds, they'll send up Brown, Floyd, and Long, the first three in the lineup for head coach David Morton and the Thoroughbreds. And we're just about set to begin softball action here. Glad you could join us on GTSN. Charles Ward alongside our entire production team as we continue our coverage of Golden Tigers softball. So stepping up now is Angelin Brown. Brown in yesterday's ball game, 3 plate appearances, had that 1 base hit. She also committed 1 error for the Thoroughbreds out in the field. Tuskegee won that ball game 2-0. Looking to see if they can't win these 2 here on a Saturday afternoon to continue. First pitch from Hampton inside the circle, and Kamaya is on target with a strike to start Brown. Hampton rocks, fires that pitch. Dust raising up on the playing surface here at the softball field. Windy conditions. Count at 1-1. Kamaya, Pinson, Alabama native, rocks and fires, shot to third base, fielded there. Nicely done by Morales, but she overshoots Thompson at first base. Test as Jessica raises that hand, saying that's my fault on the throw. Maybe a little bit different vantage point for her throwing from third base versus shortstop. Got a little bit of wind under that one, and on the E5, Brown is aboard for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. That'll bring up Taylor Floyd. Floyd setting the bunt, got that one down on the ground. Thompson fields, fires to first to get the out there with Caroline Clark covering at first to get that out, but down the second base goes Brown on the sacrifice by Floyd. So Floyd is retired, and down Brown at second base after she got aboard on an error by Morales at third base. So that'll bring up Aaliyah Long. Hampton. Long, the freshman from Lexington, Kentucky. Ahead in the count, 1 ball, no strikes. Kamaya ready with the pitch. Trying to find that corner. That one just off the corner as well. Count at 2-0. Yesterday's ball game, Monica Rose on the mound for Tuskegee went 7 strong. Had 10 strikeouts in her win against Kentucky State. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch in tight for ball 3. So Long ahead in the count now. 3 balls, no strikes, 1 down. We're at the top of the first. Brown down at second base. She got on an error and got pushed over on the sacrifice at the plate. That one splits the plate from Hampton. Count at 3-1. 3-1 delivery by Hampton. Swings on this one. Back at the mound. Picked up by Hampton, scoops it over to Thompson at first base, and over to third goes Brown, but she'll get over there with 2 down here in the top of the first. So good fielding work effort there by Kamaya in the circle for Tuskegee. Tossed it over to Alexis for the out. 2 down, and at the plate now comes Savannah Teal. Teal with some success at the plate on yesterday for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. 2 hits on 3 plate appearances for the Thoroughbreds. But they were scoreless as Tuskegee won at 2-0. Teal takes a look at the first pitch. That one's off the plate and inside from Kamaya. So 2 down here in the top of the first. Hampton rocks and fires. That one over but low for ball 2. Teal steps back in. She's a sophomore from Greenville, Wisconsin. Hampton, this pitch down the middle for strike 1. Moving into today's ball game. 3 record overall. Strange Lindley from behind the plate for Tuskegee. The course of the season. Behind in the count now, 3-1. That one chopped on and ground ball right past Ross at shortstop and in the left field. So the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State, they strike first here in our first of two as Teal continues her hitting from yesterday. She got a base hit out in the left field. She'll get the RBI as Brown crosses the plate. That'll bring up Lillian Holum for the Thoroughbreds. Ross at shortstop this afternoon. Not able to get to that ball that was making its way toward the hole. Just beyond her reach. 2-8 with the 1-0 lead. 2 down. Ground. It'll be played by Ross in the hole. Fires across the diamond. Thompson stretches, but it's knocked out of her hand, crossing first base as she got tied up there with Holum and knocked it free. So Holum is aboard at first base, and over the third now goes Savannah Teal. Rough start for Tuskegee early on here. That play with the throw across the diamond from Ross in the hole. Catchable by Thompson at first base, but it was knocked free as Holum came across the back. So she's aboard, runners at the corners now. And pitch down low, count to 1-1. Bowman playing right field for the Thoroughbreds this afternoon. Tuskegee trying to minimize the damage to just one here in this frame. This one shot out to center field coming in, and Harrison makes the catch for Tuskegee to end this first inning. The top out, but the Thoroughbreds push a run across. We head to the bottom of the first. Tuskegee trailing 1-0.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Be the you you've always wanted to be. Wind Creek Casino. It's your kind of fabulous.
Hello, Tuskegee fans. My name is Pamela Perkins, head volleyball coach. Thank you for listening to the Golden Tiger Sports Network. TU. You know.
Back live here at the softball complex, Tuskegee University. We head to the bottom of the first. Tuskegee trailing 1-0 to the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. It'll be Beckley, Morales, and Rodan, the first three at the plate for the Golden Tigers to try to cut into that 1-0 lead by the Thoroughbreds. Teresa Peelan, the Alberta, Canada native, on the mound for the Thoroughbreds. 4-3 overall. She'll start Beckley off with the ball off the plate for ball one. Peelan, 64 innings pitched. Team's batting .221 against her. 1-0 delivery. That one bounced up there from Peelan. So Beckley ahead in the count to get things started here for Tuskegee in their bottom half of the first. Beckley with one plate appearance on yesterday. And 0 for 1 from the batter's box here. Ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. This one splits the plate from Peelan for strike one. Took a little bit off of that one to get it over. And Beckley will step back in there, the right fielder for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Beckley, a junior from Patontuck, Mississippi. That one swung on and missed by Beckley. Count to 2-2. Peelan found the corner with that pitch. Beckley swung at it. Would have been a strike either way. 2-2 delivery now from Peelan. That one chopped on and right back our way. Fouled by Beckley, so she'll stay alive. Morales, the senior, set to bat next for Tuskegee. Jessica playing third base in our first ball game this afternoon. Committed an error early on to get Brown on for the Thoroughbreds. She eventually came around and scored. That one chopped on, fouled behind the plate by Valerian. She'll stay alive. Count at 2-2. We're in the bottom of the first. Thoroughbreds got a run in the top half. Tuskegee trails 1-0. Playing 2 here on a Saturday afternoon. Peelan with the pitch. That one off the plate into the other batter's box, so the count pushed to full now. And Beckley trying to get aboard here for Tuskegee to start their offense. Quick hello to our folks out in the tailgate area, out in center field, as they usually are. Glad to have you around on the Saturday. Chopped on to the shortstop long. Schofield fires across the diamond and out at first base is Beckley. James Walden with the call there, the field umpire at that call at first base. Bang, bang play there from long at short. Beckley retired. So that'll bring up Jessica Morales. Jessica, grad student from Deatsville, Alabama. Recognized as part of the senior squad for Tuskegee. Yesterday's ball game, 3 plate appearances, had that 1 base hit, which was a double. And she got an RBI out of that for Tuskegee to give them part of their 2-0 lead win on yesterday. Jessica took the first pitch for a ball. Peelan sets and readies for the second now. That one inside and off the plate as well. On the season, 284 batting average for Morales. 10 RBI and 22 total bases. Has 11 after that one on yesterday. Peelan with the pitch. This time she finds the plate. Took a little off of that one to get it over. 2-1. Jessica ahead in the count, 2-1. Peelan set for the delivery. And that one's on the inside. I think it got a piece of Jessica, and it did. So Morales will be on a hit by a pitch. So Jessica becomes the first base runner of this ball game for Tuskegee. Made her way down the first base. Didn't appear to be in too much pain after being hit by that pitch on the inside from Peelan. Peelan, 4th batter to be hit by a pitch for her on the season, and that'll bring up the senior Kaylee Roldan. Kaylee setting for the bunt, missed on that throw down to second base, and sliding in safely at second base is Morales for Tuskegee. So Jessica takes second base. That pitch off the plate from Roldan. She take a look at the action there, and that steal down at second base. That pitch swatted at but missed. But a good jump there from Jessica to steal second base. So she's aboard at second with 1 down. 1-0 count to Roldan. And Kaylee takes a pitch down the middle for ball 1. Thoroughbreds got a run with Brown getting on an error, and then she was sacrificed and finally came in after Teal got a base hit to give them their first run of the ball game. Tuskegee now with 1 down. That pitch off the plate to Roldan. She's up there with a 2-1 count, and down at second base is Jessica Morales. Jessica hit by the pitch and stole second. Crosswind still blowing here inside the complex, right field to left. Kaylee showing bunt, pulls the bat back, chops on one, and fouls it just on top of the Thoroughbred dugout to our right. Kaylee on the season, 16 RBI for her in the ball game on yesterday. 3 plate appearances, 1 hit for Tuskegee. She was left on base after that hit. She'll take that pitch high for ball 3. So the count full at 3-2 now. Bottom of the second, Tuskegee trying to answer that first half-inning run by the Thoroughbreds. Morales down at second. Roldan squares up, Peelan with the pitch, and Roldan takes the walk. So Kaylee is aboard, and 2 aboard now for Tuskegee in the bottom half of the first. That'll bring up Caroline Clark. Clark playing second base for Tuskegee this afternoon. The senior from Tuskegee. And she will be at the plate, batting average of .571, 16 of 28 for Clark on the regular season. Runners at second and first, 1 down. Peelan with the pitch. Caroline watches that one sail high in the zone for ball one. Thoroughbreds with Brown tight at third base and Teal tight at first, anticipating a bunt. Caroline ahead in the count, 1 ball, no strikes. She'll square, took a pitch on the inside for ball 2. They were charging at the corners, but Caroline laid off the pitch. Ahead in the count now, 2 balls, no strikes. Glad you could join us here on GTSN. Doubleheader action here on a Saturday. 2-0 delivery by Peelan. And that one high in the zone, so 3 straight pitches. Caroline in position for a second base on balls in a row. There's Peelan. Trouble finding the plate here on Rodan and Caroline here. 3-0 pitch, likely Caroline taking all the way. Here it is. And that one's called a strike. Caroline just about to toss that bat over and take a walk toward first base. But you'll have to hold as Slama calls that one a strike on the inside corner. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 down here, bottom of the first. Tuskegee trailing 1-0. 3-1 delivery, chopped on out in right field. That one might find some grass, and a foul ball called there by Slama, stepping out from behind the plate to make the call. Just on the wrong side of the chalk that time from Caroline. That certainly would have pushed Morales over the third at minimum. Perhaps trying it at the plate had it fallen fair. But instead now the count goes full at 3-2. 1 down, bottom of the first. Peelan with the pitch. This one shot out to center field. Floyd tracking toward the fence line. She'll make the catch, tagging and heading over the third with the slide is Morales, and pushing down the second base is Rodan. So Caroline Clark with a good job there on the sacrifice fly out to deep center. And that'll put Morales at third and Rodan at second. 2 down, and coming to the plate now, the first baseman, Alexis Thompson. Alexis on the senior, .426 batting average coming into the series. 0-1 from the plate yesterday, was hit by a pitch and drew a base on balls. Here's the pitch. First one down the middle from Peelan. And Alexis takes that for strike 1. Tuskegee trailing 1-0. We are in the bottom of the first. Morales at third, Rodan at second. Pitch off the plate. Or no, correction there. Slama calls that a strike. Found some black of the plate on the outside, so Alexis quickly in the hole now. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 down, 2 runners aboard. She had tightened up that bat just a little bit, shorten that stroke. Took that pitch down and low for ball 1. Alexis leads the team in RBI with 27, 43 total bases, and a slugging percentage of .705. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Peelan readies with the pitch. That one tight on the inside, count to 2-2. Good eye that's played by Thompson, taking that pitch in tight. Morales at third. She wants to be brought home. And Rodan down at second. 2-2 delivery. Chopped on past the first baseman down out in right field. The old Teal will pick it up there. And crossing the plate, Rodan. She'll do that as Thompson delivers with a base hit just inside the bag at first base. So she'll get credit for 2 RBI on that play. And Tuskegee with its first lead of the afternoon after some good hitting there from Alexis Thompson. She's aboard at first with the 2 RBI. 2-1 lead for Tuskegee as you take a look at Thompson in the box for Tuskegee. Good piece of hitting there. Hit that one just inside the bag. Diving for it was Teal. So Alexis with the 2 RBI, and Tuskegee's up 2-1. At the plate now, shortstop Carol Ross steps in. Ross bouncing out of the way of that pitch, which was low and in the dirt. So Tuskegee with its first lead of the afternoon, 2-1. 2-out single by Alexis Thompson. She drove in 2. And Carol takes a look at a pitch. And that ball was high and in the zone. Count to 2-0. Thompson down at first. Carroll, .319 batting average coming into the series. Peelan readies and fires from the circle. That one down the middle for strike 1. Senior day for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. 7 honored here this afternoon. Have a presentation in between ball games to recognize them even further. That pitch by Peelan, low, and the count to 3-1 now to Carol Ross. Ross from Whittier, California. 8 RBI on the season, 3-1 delivery from Peelan. Here, this one chopped on out in right field, but wide of the chalk line and out of play. That'll make it 3-2. 2 down, bottom of the first. Tuskegee rallied and got 2 on a base hit by Thompson to take a 2-1 lead. 3-2 delivery from Peelan. That one bounced up there, and Ross is aboard with a walk. So second base on balls issued by Peelan here in the bottom of this first inning. And that'll push Thompson down the second, and to the plate, Victoria Harris. Victoria, 1 of 3 in yesterday's ball game, takes the first pitch for a strike from Peelan. Victoria yesterday scored 1 run, had 1 RBI in the Tuskegee win. Peelan sets and readies. Victoria couldn't get the bat off her shoulder there, and that'll go for strike 2. So she's behind in the count now. No balls, 2 strikes. Victoria saw that pitch all the way, just couldn't move the bat fast enough, took it for a strike. 2 aboard for Tuskegee. Harrison takes one inside and off the plate, and that'll make it a 1-2. Thompson down at second. Carol Ross at first after she drew a walk. Thompson got there on a single that drove in 2 for Tuskegee. 1-2. This one off the plate, and Thompson going to take third base on the stand-up. Pitch got away from Jones from behind the plate for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. So the runners move up closer. Thompson took third, and Ross is down at second. Harrison, she'll take a look at that pitch. And that was only ball 3, so Victoria anxious to get down to first base. But the count's run full now to 3-2. So 2 down here in the bottom of the first. Tuskegee trying to see if they can inch 1 more across the plate. 3-2 delivery coming for Victoria Harrison, the grad student. And she took that one on the inside, and that's the walk. She'll be down at first base. So Peelan with some difficulty finding the plate. She walks another here in the bottom of the first. This time it's Victoria. Third walk of this inning, along with 1 hit batsman by Peelan. And the bases are loaded for Tuskegee now. Thompson over at third. She took that on a wild pitch. Clark down at second. She took that on a wild pitch after she got aboard initially on a walk. And now Harrison follows with a walk, and that'll bring up the catcher, Nyla Strange-Lindley, for Tuskegee. Conference at the circle for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Assistant coach Abby Wall, they're handling that. She and catcher Valerian Jones conferencing with pitcher Teresa Peelan. Likely want to talk about how they want to play this with the bases loaded. Tuskegee with a chance for a breakout here. They lead 2-1. And to the plate, Nyla Strange-Lindley, one of the seniors recognized on senior day. 483 batting average for her. And she'll step in with 3 aboard. Nyla hitless in yesterday's ball game. She was hit by a pitch in the contest to get aboard. But looking for a big knock here for Tuskegee with the bases loaded. Peelan readies in a circle and pitches. First pitch delivered down the middle for a strike from Peelan. Thompson at third, Ross down at second, and Harrison at first for Tuskegee. 0-1 count on Nyla Strange-Lindley. And that one tight on the inside for ball 1. Peelan has steadily tried to work the inside portion of the plate. Steady diet of fastballs there, but it hadn't gotten many calls from Tim Slommer from behind the plate so far. 1-1 delivery. And that one off the plate for 2-1. Nowhere to put Nyla with the bases loaded. And she's ahead in the count 2-1. Peeling toes to rubber. Sacks full, 2-1 delivery. Chopped on, and the bat slings free of Nyla. Strange Lindley down the third base line. And Coach Randall will pick it up and saying, hey, how about the softball down this way? Count at 2-2. That one slipping out of the hands of Nyla. She'll come back into the batter's box. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 down, bottom of the first. Tuskegee already with 2 across. They lead it 2-1, but they're now with bases loaded. 2-2 count now to Nyla. That one bounced up there, and I think it got a piece of her, and it did. So Nyla Strange Lindley, she's hit by a pitch. Second batter hit by a pitcher by Peelan here in the bottom of the first. And Nyla is aboard, and that'll push a run across for Tuskegee. Alexis Thompson scores, and she started the scoring with a single to drive 2 across, and she's over the plate. And Ross down to third base, Harrison to second, and Nyla Strange Lindley is aboard. That'll bring up Kaylin Hardrick. Hardrick, one of the senior. As she took a strike there to get things started in this sequence as we take a look at that last piece of Nyla on the inside. And she drew the hit by pitch. This one popped up out in left field. Might be long enough to score. There'll be 2 down, so they'll go ahead and make that catch out in left field as Atkins to finally retire Tuskegee. But TU pushes across 3 here to answer the 1 by the Thoroughbreds in the top half of the first. So we go to the top of the second. Tuskegee leading 3-1.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Golden Tigers will answer with 3 in the bottom of the first. They take a 3-1 lead in the top of the second. For the Thoroughbreds, they'll send up Ashley Atkins, followed by Layla Troxler. Then Alarian Jones, the 3 for head coach David Morton. Thoroughbreds trying to see if they can answer. Doubleheader this afternoon. Thoroughbreds will be back on the road after this contest, headed back to Frankfurt. And Tuskegee. And at the plate, Coach Slama taking a timeout. They had the music still going in the dugout. And that gave us a chance to get out of our partial freeze, and we're back live too. Everything happens for a reason. So that delay and set for the pitch here against Atkins is Hampton. Kamaya rocks and fires. First pitch out of the zone high. The wind now kind of dying just a little bit out in center field. Flag kind of stiff at this point. 1-0 delivery, swung on and missed there by Atkins. She had a good cut at that, but Hampton with the pace on that fastball got it by her. Counted 1-1. That one swung on and missed as well. Hampton with the heat for TU. 2 fastballs blown right by Ashley Atkins. See if they go there, if they go with a change up here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hampton in the circle, rocks and fires. This one, fastball again, out of the zone, count to 2-2. Atkins did not play in the ball game on yesterday for the Thoroughbreds. on the season, .333 batting average. Hampton on the 2-2 delivers. And just off the plate, count to full now at 3-2. Kamaya looking for her first strikeout of today's ball game. 3-2 for Atkins as she steps in. And the delivery swung on back to the circle, fielded by Kamaya halfway there with the toss over to Thompson to retire Atkins for the Thoroughbreds. So good job there by Kamaya on the pitch sequence and fielding inside the circle as Atkins is retired. That'll bring up Troxler, followed by Jones. Troxler, pinch runner in the ball game on yesterday. No at-bats. The sophomore from Kansas City steps in. Hampton, first pitch to her. She'll follow it off right side. So Kamaya ahead in the count. Slightly different lineup on the infield for Tuskegee. Morales at third, Ross at short, Caroline Clark at second. This one swung on and missed. And Alexis Thompson at first base. Normally Morales will be at short. And Meredith would be at third and Ross would be at second, but Caroline in that lineup as one of the seniors this afternoon. And they're not missing very much defense with Caroline in there at all. That one swatted on and missed by Troxler. They fooled her there with a pitch off the plate, and Troxler becomes the first strikeout victim of the ball game for Kamaya Hampton. So 2 down here, top of the second inning. Ilaria Jones steps in now. Hampton with the pitch, off the plate with the fastball. Jones, 3 plate appearances yesterday for the Thoroughbreds, no hits. Sophomore from Madisonville, Kentucky, takes this pitch, swats at it, and looking for some help there, and no call down the line from James Walden. Tuskegee faithful saying that was a clear swing there by Ilaria Jones, but the two that count, Slama and Walden, disagree. So the count, 2 balls, no strikes, 2 down, top of the first. This one up high and a 3-0 count to Jones. Hampton ready, and the pitch straight down the middle for strike 1. Monica Rose yesterday with just over 100 pitches in that win took her season mark to 11-2. Hampton fires there, that one out of the zone, and that's a walk there for Ilaria Jones here in the top of the second. So she's aboard. And that'll bring up back at the top of the order as Andrelyn Brown. Brown swings at the first pitch and fouls it off at the plate. She got aboard on a throwing error from Morales at third base. Eventually came around to score that run for the Thoroughbreds. In the bottom of the second, Tuskegee with a 3-1 lead. Hampton with the pitch. This one swatted on and fouled off to the left, just to the top of the Tuskegee dugout. 2 down, top of the second. Wind has died down here in Tuskegee, setting up a gorgeous day for softball action. 0-2 delivery from Hampton, swung on at the plate. And no swing on that one, is called a ball instead, as Brown swatted at it, but they say she did not go around. So she'll have another life now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hampton sets, fires. This one swatted on to the shortstop. Ross across the diamond to Thompson. Through the throw there is true, and they retire Brown and the Thoroughbreds here in the top of the second. So the walk doesn't hurt. Tuskegee goes to the bottom of the frame, leading 3-1.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities. Healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
Special thanks to all of our supporters and sponsors of the Golden Tiger Sports Network. So our rosters have supported throughout the course of the season. We're so appreciative of their financial support for Golden Tigers Athletics. Tuskegee leading it 3-1 as we go into the bottom of the second inning. Back to the top of the order now as Larian Beckley steps in. Grounded out to the shortstop Long her last time up. Peelan toes to rubber for Kentucky State and set to deliver here. That pitch up and in the zone for ball one. Beckley out in right field. 297 batting average for Larian. 19 of 64 coming into this weekend's play. Takes a ball high there. And she's ahead in the count early here. 2 balls, no strikes. Just an outstanding setting for softball action here on the Tuskegee campus. 0-2, and that one's over for a strike by Peelan. Softball field kind of sits down just a little bit below hill level, and out there in center field is a perfect spot. Back a truck, a car up, and just sit on the tailgate and watch softball action. This one chopped on. Peelan feels it at the mound, turns, throws quickly, and guns her down at first base. Beckley hustling down the line, just couldn't get there fast enough. Peelan, very athletic, gets Beckley at first. Morales now, and Kaylee Rodan will wait in the deck to follow her. Morales hit by a pitcher last time up. Eventually came around to score in the bottom of the first. Took that first pitch low for ball one. Stole a base to get down to second. And then a wild pitch got her to third. Here's a pitch. And that one high in the zone. Ball 2 to Morales. So Jessica steps back in. Ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. 1 down, bottom of the second. Tuskegee up 3-1. Peelan readies and fires. That pitch is low. 3 straight balls from Peelan. And Morales hit by a pitch last time. Looking to take all the way here. See if she can't get on with a base on balls. Peelan 3-0 delivery. And that one over for the strike. Tuskegee with this series remaining at home, our final home series of the season. 3-1 delivery. Chopped on and fouled by Morales. Then they'll play Stillman for non-conference play. And then a big 3-game series against the Golden Bears of Miles College to round out the regular conference season play. And then they have a series against Talladega to end the regular season. 3-2 count. Peelan with the pitch. Swat on and diving at short as long. She'll come up, no throw. Base hit there for Morales. She got it in the hole deep left side. Diving for it was long, but no chance of throwing out Jessica, who was hustling down the line. So she'll be aboard with a base hit. And that'll bring up the left fielder, Kaylee Rodan. Kaylee scored in that bottom half of the first, a 3 across for Tuskegee. Chance here to push a runner down to second as Morales is aboard on a base hit. 1 down, bottom of the second. That one between the legs of Rodan and easily down the second on the wild pitch goes Morales for Tuskegee. So Rodan now at the plate. Chance for an RBI if she can find some grass here for Tuskegee. Kaylee scored in that first inning for Tuskegee. Looks at a ball down low, spits on that one, count to 2 balls, no strikes. Morales down at second. Tuskegee trying to add to a 3-1 lead. Peeling with the pitch. That one down the middle for strike one. That wind kicking up again. Left to right in that outfield. Roldan swings at one down the left field line, but that one's wide of the chalk. And that'll make the count 2-2. Kaylee all over that pitch. Just a bit out in front of it to even the count at 2-2. Jessica Morales down at second. She singled and got down to second on a wild pitch. One down, bottom of the second. Tuskegee with a 3-1 lead. The senior Kaylee Roldan at the plate. 2-2. Peeling with the pitch. Roldan on the ground, back to Peeling in the circle. She'll field it there and over the first to Teal to retire Roldan. And able to move over to third base as a result is Morales. So Jessica at third. Fielder's choice as Roldan is retired. So two down here in the bottom of the second. And Caroline Clark to the plate for Tuskegee. Caroline, last time up, she was hit by a pitch to get aboard. And she looks at the first pitch for ball one. So at third is Jessica Morales, and Caroline looking to see if she can pick her up to get another run across for Tuskegee here. In the bottom of the second, TU leads 3-1. Caroline ready. Peeling ready with the pitch. And now one bounced up there from Peeling. 2-0 count. Caroline ahead in the count against the right-handed pitcher for the Thoroughbreds. Caroline looking at that one all the way. That one's in tight for ball three. Morales down at third base. Likely Caroline taking all the way on this 3-0 pitch. Peeling in the circle and delivers. That one across for strike one. At the moment, wind blowing back toward home plate now here inside the complex. And on cue, just got a dust ball to the eyes on a 3-1. This one fielded by Peeling in the circle again, and she will toss it over to Teal to retire Clark and Tuskegee. So TU not able to take advantage of that single by Morales. She got it all the way over to third, and that's where she has to park it. As we head to the third, Tuskegee leading 3-1.
For five-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
They break it up at the circle as Hampton gets set to face the Thoroughbreds here in the top of the third. They will send up Taylor Floyd, Aaliyah Long, and Savannah Teal, the three for the Thoroughbreds. Tuskegee with a 3-1 lead. Top of the third we go. Hampton readies and fires first pitch. That one off the plate for ball one. Kamaya, plenty of pace on the fastball. Location not granted to her there on that pitch. 1 ball, no strikes. This one eye level, but off the plate for ball two. Floyd got on a fielder's choice, or got put out on a fielder's choice in the top of the first. Ahead in the count here, shoots one out to center field and barely having to move. Just 2 steps to her right. Victoria Harrison with the squeeze. And Floyd is retired for the Thoroughbreds here in the top of the 3rd. That'll bring up Long. Long grounded out to Carol Ross at shortstop her last time up. Long, 282 batting average on the season. Hampton ready with the first pitch to her. That one bounced up there and off the plate. Long leads the team in total bases for Kentucky State with 36, along with 12 RBI. 0-1. That one bounced up there a little bit as well, collecting and sending a little bit of dirt back our way. Count to 2 balls, no strikes. Hampton inside this time, trying to change the location, but that pitch low as well. And Long ahead in the count, 3 balls, no strikes. See if Kamaya can battle back after falling behind in the count. 1 down here, top of the 3rd. That pitch, 4-pitch walk there to Long, and she's aboard. Second walk issued in the ball game for Kamaya Hampton. So Long is up with 1 down. That'll bring up Savannah Till. Long at first base. Lillian Holm on deck for the Thoroughbreds. First pitch, that one's up in the zone on Till. So 5 straight balls from Kamaya Hampton. Till's going to sit in and wait and see if she sees a strike before swinging. And instead, she pops one out in left field that'll fall right in front of Roldan. She bobbled it on the play and over to 3rd with a throw there, and sliding in safe is Long for the Thoroughbreds. And down the second base goes Till. So Till got the base hit out the left field. Error out there by Roldan. And over to the 3rd base now goes Aaliyah Long. A couple of players in kind of awkward positions here. Roldan not used to playing left field for the Golden Tigers, normally behind the plate catching, but on senior day gave way to Nyla behind the plate catching, and she's out in left field, and Roldan misplayed that that base hit out to left field, and a runner is able to move up on the error. So 1 down in the top of the 3rd. At the plate now is Lillian Holm, and Holm took the first pitch for a strike, and that second pitch is down low for ball 1. So the Thoroughbreds threatening here in the top of the 3rd. They've got Long at 3rd and Till down at 2nd with 1 down. This one swung on and missed on a good pitch there by Hampton. So Kamaya trying to battle back here, and ahead in the count 1-2 to Lillian Holm. Could use a strikeout here. The 1-2 delivery from Hampton popped up in right field. Circling there is Beckley. She'll make the plate. Here comes the throw to the plate. They may have a play there, and cutting down at the plate is Long after Beckley with a great throw from out in right field on the fly. Got it right to Nyla at the plate. Nyla able to apply the tag on Long. And the Golden Tigers with great defensive work there, able to deny that run by the Thoroughbreds. We'll head to the bottom half of the 3rd, 3-1, as we take a look at that excellent play out in the field by Beckley for Tuskegee to get and gun it to the plate for Tuskegee to end that threat by the Thoroughbreds. 3-1, Tuskegee leads, bottom of the 3rd next.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Be the you you've always wanted to be. Wind Creek Casino. It's your kind of fabulous.
Hello, Tuskegee fans. My name is Pamela Perkins, head volleyball coach. Thank you for listening to the Golden Tigers Sports Network. TU.
Valerian Beckley out in right field with some quality work for Tuskegee to end that top of the third. You see the fly ball out to right field, and how about the throw here from Beckley to the plate? On the line, right up the center of the plate, and just reaching back for the tag was Strange Lindley and Tuskegee. Nothing strange about that. Alexis Thompson to the plate for Tuskegee, but she will be facing a new pitcher for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. It'll be Lisa Winnet Flores, the senior from San Lorenzo, Puerto Rico, on the mound. And Flores with a 4.1 ERA coming into the ball game. This will be her 10th appearance. Gets Thompson to swing at that first pitch. 52 and 54 and 2/3 innings pitched by Flores on the season coming into this one. 21 strikeouts and 21 base on balls for the right-hander for the Thoroughbreds. Thompson down in the count 0-1. Flores with the pitch. This one swatted right back to the mound. Flores fields and guns it right over to Teal at first to retire Thompson. So the bottom of the third, Thompson out on the 1-3 put out, and that'll bring up Carol Ross. TU with a great defensive play there to end the top of the third. They take the 3-1 lead into the bottom half. Carroll got on a base on balls her last time up and got to second on a wild pitch. Eventually scored for Tuskegee. I beg your pardon, she was left on base for Tuskegee. Ahead in the count here, 1 ball, no strikes. Flores set for the pitch. 1 down, bottom of the third. That one in tight for ball 2. Victoria Harrison on deck for Tuskegee. She'll be followed by Nyla Strange Lindley. If Harrison can get aboard. Ross with a pitch up in the zone for ball 3. Three-0 count. Carroll likely taking all the way here. Flores fires, and that's no for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk now to Ross, and she's aboard here in the bottom half of the third. Second time she's aboard on base on balls, and that'll bring up the center fielder, Victoria Harrison. Victoria walked her last time up. See if she's bunting here. Nyla Strange Lindley on deck. Victoria took the first pitch over for a strike from Flores. 1 down, bottom of the third. Tuskegee with a 3-1 lead. Windy, but nice day here in Tuskegee. 0-1. That one just off the plate, taking the count to 1-1. Ross at first, she drew the walk. 1 down, pitch, Harrison. That one bounces up there, and Carroll will take second base on the wild pitch from Flores. So Ross down at second base now. And Victoria ahead in the count, 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 down, bottom of the third. Flores sets and pitches. This one on the ground, wide of the bag, just wide of third base, as Brown trying to field it for the Thoroughbreds. Just in foul territory. So the count to 2-2 to Victoria. She'll step back in. Carol Ross down at second. She's down there with 1 down. Tuskegee with a 3-1 lead. Flores with the pitch. That one in tight, and I think that caught Harrison on the left leg, and it did. So she's hit by the pits, and she's aboard at first base. So Victoria down at first. Ross at second. Ross got there on a base on balls. Harrison hit by a pitch, and here comes the catcher, Nyla Strange Lindley, to the plate. 2 aboard, 1 down, bottom of the third. TU with a 3-1 lead, trying to add to it. Nyla hit by a pitcher last time up, squares the bunt, but popped it right up, but it bounces on the surface and rolls out of bounds. Good headsy play there by Leswanette Flores for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. She tried to field it in flight, but once she wasn't able to get there and it hit the ground, she knew she wouldn't have a play, so she just let it roll, and it eventually rolled foul down the third base line. So no balls, one strike, and Lindley back in the box now. See if she squares again. Flores. And Nyla took a pitch off the plate for ball one. Ross at second. Over at first, Victoria Harrison. Ross drew a walk. Harrison hit by a pitch. 1-1. Flores set to deliver to Nyla. Nyla chopper down and through on the left side, right under the glove of the third baseman Brown and into left field. So Tuskegee now will have runners at the corners on a station-to-station base hit there by Nyla. So she's at first. Ross is pushing over to third, and Harrison down at second. So the sacks are full now for Tuskegee. And at the plate is the senior, Kaylin Hardrick. Hardrick, the designated player in the ball game, flew out their left fielder last time up. Takes a pitch there down the middle from strike one from Flores. So good RBI opportunity here for Kaylin with runners at each bag. 0-1 count. Flores set for the pitch. One down, bottom of the third. That one high and out of the zone. Good eye there by Hardrick, so the count pushed to 1-1. Ross is at third, down at second for Tuskegee. It's Victoria Harrison and Kaylin and Nyla Strange Lindley at first. Hardrick, 1-1 count. Squares the bunt, got one down just in front of the plate. They try to flip it there, collision there, and safe at the plate is Caroline Ross. Carroll making some contact at the plate with that shoulder into Alarian Jones and popped that softball free. So good job there by Ross coming to the plate, as Ross came there knew she had to get in there, and she take a look at the replay coming down that line, and at that flip there by Flores and the contact there, and you can see that softball, or as Ross got in there, didn't pop free, but she got into the tag before the tag was made at the plate, and now they're going to overrule that call at the plate. And now Coach Randall going to protest that call, as umpire Tim Slama and James Walden got together on that call, and Coach Randall's just furious about the call they just made. Carroll got to the plate. We got the replay of it. Maybe we'll take another look at that, as Carroll coming down the line on a bunt attempt right there out front of the circle. It was fielded by Peelan, as you see her flipping it there. Right now, the catcher was not on the plate, but trying to make the tag, and on the contact, trying to see if that softball came free. And they're still discussing that with head coach Randall down the third base line. And they're going to stick with their call and say that Ross was out at the plate. As we took another look at it, off of the plate was Jones when she fielded the softball on the flip from Peelan from the mound. So that meant that she had to put the tag on Ross coming in and able to hold on to that softball, and that's why they called Ross out on the play. So take the run off the board. 2 down for Tuskegee here, and at the plate for Tuskegee, back at the top of the order, Alarian Beckley here in the bottom of the third. So unfortunate break there for Tuskegee, as Ross is called out, but everybody else moved up to the next bag. At third now for Tuskegee is Victoria Harrison, Nyla Strange Lindley down at second, and Hardrick down at first base. So Beckley with a chance here now. And she takes a pitch there over for a strike. Grounded right back out to the pitcher in the bottom of the second, and grounded to the short long in the bottom of the first. So Beckley trying to see if she can deliver here, and takes a pitch there that splits the plate. Count to 2-2 now. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Alarian. 2 out here in the bottom of the third. TU with a 3-1 lead. Flores readies, pitches this one on the ground and through for a base hit in the left field. The throw at third, they throw behind the runner, coming to the plate now, sliding in, and safe there at the plate is Nyla Strange-Lindley. Nyla, aggressive base running there, and Coach Randall with that call sending her there. And down the second base goes Beckley after she's got one down on the ground in left field. So Tuskegee with 2 across, they lead at 5-1 after the base hit. As we take a look at Beckley working the plate here. On the ground ball right through the middle left side and coming to the right side, that is, holding there momentarily and then coming to the plate, diving there to the plate, Nyla Strange-Lindley. And she got in underneath Jones to make it 5-1 Tuskegee. Good job of hitting there by Beckley. And at the plate now is Jessica Morales. So Beckley with a single, and she drove in 2. Harrison and Strange-Lindley for those 2. And Tuskegee with a 5-1 lead now. And down at second is Beckley, and at the plate the senior Jessica Morales. 2 down. Tuskegee with 2 across. Flores with the pitch, that one tight on the inside. Count to 3-0 to Morales. Flores set to deliver, and she took ball 4 outside. So Jessica is aboard with the base on balls, and down the second goes Beckley. Beckley with the RBI, had 2 of them on that base hit to left field. That'll bring up the senior, Kaylee Roldan. Tuskegee with a 5-1 lead. Runners at each station for Tuskegee now. Hardrick at third. Down at second is Beckley, and Morales just drew the walk. She's at first. And you know, Kaylee, a senior here, would love to deliver with an RBI here, particularly given that she had that error to create that 1 run for the Thoroughbreds in that first inning. Took a pitch on the inside, and that one got away. Threatening to go on the play was Hardrick from third, but Kaylee will hold up there at third, and the count 2 balls, no strikes to Roldan. 2 across in this inning for Tuskegee. They lead 5-1. 2 balls, no strikes to Kaylee Roldan, the senior left fielder. Flores set to deliver, and the pitch. That one over for a strike. The count to 2-1. 2-1. Kaylee showing bunt, pulls the bat back, chops one out in the center field. That might get down, and it will. It got past the center fielder. That'll bring 2 across for Tuskegee, and they are sending Morales, and Jessica crosses as well. And over the third base goes Roldan, standing for Tuskegee. So Roldan with a delivering double there. She put 3 across for the Golden Tigers to clear the bags, except for herself, and she'll stand at third base after she doubled out in the center field. And Kaylee with a good piece of hitting there. As you take a look at her at the plate, swings it down out and trying to go for it in center field was Floyd, not able to get there, got past her, and Tuskegee clearing the bases with the 3 in front of Roldan, and Kaylee down at third base, and the senior delivers for Tuskegee, making up for that error in the first big time there with driving 3 across here. So the Golden Tigers kind of breaking things open there after they sent 3 across on Roldan's double. So Hardrick scoring, Hampton or Beckley scoring, and Morales scoring on that double by Kaylee Roldan. So Tuskegee now leading at 8-1, and still with 2 out here in the bottom of the third. That'll bring up the senior Caroline Clark. Roldan at third, looking to be picked up here. We're in the bottom of the third. Tuskegee with 3 in the bottom of the first, and now 5 here in the bottom of the third. Clark squares the bunt, got it down on the surface, bobbled there momentarily, and she'll get aboard after an error from the pitcher, Flores. Flores concentrating so much on Caroline, headed down the first base, took an eye off the softball, and she'll commit the turnover or the error, and Caroline is aboard. That'll bring up Thompson with runners at the corners. Thompson drawing back on that first pitch and took it for a ball. So Caroline easily taking second base after she got on the error by the pitcher. And Thompson now swings on it and pops it up on the infield. Bobbled there, nobody at first base. Thompson was assuming that that was going to be caught, but Flores had it in the webbing and it just popped out of there. And on the error again by Flores in the circle, Tuskegee able to push another run across. Thompson was about halfway down the line looking at Flores as she just misplayed that little pop-up, and Thompson takes first. So Roldan able to score. As you take a look at it here, just an easy pop-up. Alexis thought that she was surely out, and Flores just mishandled it, got in the web, and it popped out of there. And nobody covering at first base. Everybody for Kentucky State was assuming that was an easy out, including Savannah Till at first base. She was coming in as support for that pop-up, not able to get back in time. So Roldan in the process able to score, and a high pitch there, and Thompson takes second base for Tuskegee. So Caroline Clark at third, now Alexis Thompson down at second, and Carol Ross at the plate for Tuskegee. She's ahead in the count 2-1. 9-1 lead for Tuskegee. Flores with the pitch. This one shot out to center field, down for a base hit for Ross. That'll score one. Thompson coming to the plate, no throw there. She'll score there, and slide diving into second base on the slide is Ross with a double for Tuskegee. So Carroll with a good piece of hitting there to punch it out the left field. She'll get 2 RBI as a result. And crossing the plate for Tuskegee was Clark and Thompson, and make it 11-1. As you take a look at the hitting there by Ross, Carroll digging all the way and crosses to second base, and there for the double as Thompson scored, and Caroline Clark just before her to make it 11-1 Tuskegee. At the plate now for Tuskegee, center fielder Victoria Harrison. Victoria, one of the seniors for Tuskegee. Carol Ross down at second base after a ringing double by her to bring 2 across. Thoroughbreds got the first run of the ball game. Tuskegee answered in the bottom half of that inning, which was the first, to get 3 to lead at 3-1. This one driven out the left field home run distance, but wide of the chalk and foul by Victoria Harrison. Tuskegee with 3 in the bottom of the first, and now 8 here push across here in the bottom of the third. 1-2 delivery from Flores. Victoria ready. Ross at second base, and the pitch in the zone high. Count to 2-2. Victoria will be followed by Nyla Strange Lindley. Nyla scored already in this bottom of the third. Two. This one line drive again, but wide of the chalk down the third baseline. So Victoria not fooled by the pitches from Flores at this point. Just got to straighten one out and get it into play. 2-2-2 across the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, bottom of the third. Flores ready on the 2-2. Cox Ames fires. This one chopped on right side this time, and it'll be wide of third and foul. Beg your pardon, right of first base and foul. So it remains 2-2. Carol Ross down at second. She had a double to drive into. Caroline Clark and Alexis Thompson came in on that double. 2-2 delivery from Flores. And that one high in the zone to take the count full at 3-2. Wind picking up again here inside the complex, blowing right field to left field. Full count, Flores ready on the 3-2 and the delivery. And that's ball 4. Victoria draws the walk. Victoria's third base on balls in this contest, so she's down at first base now. She'll join Ross on the base paths as Carroll stays put at second, and at the plate for Tuskegee comes Nyla Strange-Lindley. Nyla singled her last time up. Or beg your pardon, got a base on balls her last time up for Tuskegee. Singled, and she drives one deep to left, but well out of play. She singled back in the bottom of the second for Tuskegee. Nyla, a senior from Sulphur Springs, Texas, recognized along with 6 of the seniors for Tuskegee this afternoon on senior day. Behind an account 0-1, squares the bunt, got it down the third base line. It'll be fielded there by Brown across the diamond. Safe at first base, called by James Walden in the field. Brown may have been better served by letting that one roll down the line. I think it would have eventually gone foul, but she played it just inside the chalk. Well, it would have been a tough play to come up and field that to try to throw out Nyla. Nyla, with good running ability, beat that throw out, so she's aboard at first on a bunt for a base hit. So that'll bring Caroline Clark back to the plate. And Clark took that first pitch for a ball. So the bases loaded once again for Tuskegee here in the bottom of the third with Ross at third. Harrison down at second. I beg your pardon. Got Victoria down there and Nyla Strange-Lindley at first base as that pitch is over for a strike to Hardrick. Hardrick with the bases loaded, 2 down. 1-1 count from Flores. And here it is. Change up over, but a ball there from Flores. Got the zone, but it was after it passed the plate on its descent. So 2 balls, 1 strike. Hardrick in the box and swings and misses at that pitch. Count to 2-2. Kaylin, the junior from, or the senior, trying to see if she can't push across a runner here. 2-2, here's the delivery. Fouled back to the screen. Kaylin from Slidell, Louisiana. .333 batting average. Set for 2-2. And here's the pitch. That one low on the inside to take the count to 3-2 now. So the base is full. 3-2 count. Runners will be on the move here as Hardrick in the box. Flores at the circle. And she pitches. This one off the plate for ball 4. So good eye there by Hardrick to draw the walk. So she's down at first. And crossing the plate now for Tuskegee is Caroline Ross. So Tuskegee now with a 12-1 lead after Ross crosses. And that will bring up, we'll go back to the top of the order with Alarian Beckley stepping in. She's already scored once here in this bottom of the third. So now Harrison over to third. Nyla Strange-Lindley at second. And Kaylin Hardrick down at first. And back at the top of the order, Larian Beckley with a chance for an RBI here. Got one already in this inning. 2 down, chance to pick up more. Bases loaded. Flores with the pitch. That one off the plate for ball 1. Tuskegee exploding for 9 here in the bottom of the third. That pitch in tight for ball 2. A lot of this damage has been done with 2 outs for Tuskegee here in the bottom of the third. In fact, I think all of the runs have come across with 2 out. That pitch by Flores in tight and off the plate for ball 3. Hardrick walked as a previous batter for Tuskegee, scoring Ross from third. 3-0 count here. Now the Beckley, she's got a chance to push across a run with a walk down the first. And she took that pitch tight on the inside, and she will draw the walk here in the bottom of the third. And that'll bring out head coach David Morton Jr. for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. And we'll see if he'll make a pitching change here. Tuskegee with their 10th run to score here in the bottom of the third. And Coach Morton still talking to Flores, who's in the circle. May just be talking to her to settle her down to get this final out here at the bottom of the third. Meanwhile, Tuskegee continues to push runners across. Last couple have come across as a result of walked batsmen. Conversation continues. Looks like Flores will stay out there. Tim Slama coming in from behind home plate to break up the conference. And Coach Morton, recognizing that we've got another ball game to go after this one, does not want to burn another pitcher here, particularly in this situation where Tuskegee has really expanded their lead, and he's just trying to get to the bottom of 5 here. If Tuskegee can hold on with a run rule in place, Coach Morton, that is, just to finish this one out for the Thoroughbreds with Flores on the mound. Meanwhile, at the plate for Tuskegee is Jessica Morales. And the play at the plate and sliding under the tag there is Nyla Strange-Lindley on a pitch to the plate that was high. And Coach Randall probably still blistering about a call that was at the plate when Ross was called out. He sent Nyla there on a pitch unexpected by the Thoroughbreds, and Nyla able to slide in under the tag to make it 14-1 Golden Tigers. So some aggressive base running there by Nyla. Second time she's crossed the plate on an aggressive play. Scored on a throw at home just a few moments ago. And this is her second run of this inning. This pitch is across the plate from Flores. As you take a look at the play from third base as the throw coming right back to the mound and sliding right in under the bottom of that tag. Good job there to score on that play by Lindley. So Tuskegee with a 14-1 lead. And at the plate, Morales continues, and she's ahead in the count. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 down, 14-1 Tuskegee with the lead. Runners at second and third now. Pitch from Flores. That one on the inside. Throw down the third break and base, and standing is Hardrick as she'll take third. And down the second goes Alarian Beckley for the Golden Tigers. So the runners move up 1 station closer. 3 balls, 1 strike to Jessica Morales. Roll Dan would be next if Jessica can get aboard. 3-1 out in the left field. This one's going to be fielded on the fly there by Atkins. And the Thoroughbreds finally retire Tuskegee here in the bottom of the third, but not before Tuskegee pushes across 11 in this frame, and they lead at 14-1 over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Golden Tiger fans, I'm Anthony Holloman, Commissioner of the SIAC, and this is Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Thank you, Commissioner. As we take a look at some of the action here at the plate, that's Ross at the plate. She hit a double out into left field, and you see the runners across. Thompson first, or correction, Caroline Clark across first, followed by Alexis Thompson on a double there by Ross, who wound up at second base and delivered with the 2-out double to score 2 more of Tuskegee's 11 in that bottom of the third to lead it 14-1. At the plate for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State, it's Floyd in the box. A correction, for the Thoroughbreds, it's Bowman at the plate, and Bowman fouls the first one off here. And, or correction, she's behind in the count. No balls, 2 strikes after she fouled that one off to start the fourth. Pitch by Hampton is off the plate to take the count to 1-2. She flew out to center her last time up. This time it popped up behind third base, giving chase and running out of room there at the fence line is Jessica Morales.
Charles, you want me to get him when I get a chance? Yeah, get him when I get a chance.
So Bowman behind in the count, 1-2. And here's Hampton with the pitch. That one off the plate to take it to 2-2. Two-two delivery popped up, and Nana Strange Lindsley will have a play here behind the plate. So good pitch of pitching there by Hampton as Bowman is retired on the pop-up to the catcher. So that'll bring up Ashley Atkins. And Atkins will be followed by Layla Troxler. And this one shot out wide of first base and foul there by Troxler. Troxler struck out her last time up. Count to 0-1.
I don't think it puts up more than I don't think.
This pitch inside and tight, take it to 1-1.
Yeah, I don't think it does. I hadn't even played with it this year because they didn't do it.
So 1 down, 1 out here in the top of the fourth. Tuskegee with a 14-1 lead. They push across 11 in the bottom of the third to take this lead. And Atkins at the plate, the senior from Georgetown, Kentucky for Kentucky State. And that pitch just a little bit off the plate. Getting an update from one of our official scorers here, Floyd McNair, saying that as Flores came on for the Thoroughbreds, threw 63 pitches in that inning that she got on board for the Thoroughbreds. That's a lot of pitches. And this one off the plate by Hampton, and down the first base goes Atkins with a walk here. And she's aboard here in the top of the fourth. Kamaya just breezing along for Tuskegee. And that's a base runner for the Thoroughbreds. Squaring the bunt down the first base line. Thompson fields it. One play to first. She's able to regain and got it over to Clark to throw over the third there. And they gun her down at third base. Tuskegee's defense just continues to be stellar in this softball game. That time on a bunt down the first base line, Thompson able to field it, got the throw to Caroline Clark at first, and Carroll firing across the diamond to Morales, and they are able to pick off Bowman sliding in the third. So take a look at the replay. The defense with Thompson there, throw down to Clark, and Clark headsy over the third base, and the tag Morales there, and they gun down Bowman at third for the double play. So the walk does not hurt Tuskegee here in the top of the fourth. They lead it 14-1. We go to the bottom of the fourth here from Tuskegee.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities. Healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
We're back here in the bottom of the fourth. Tuskegee with a 14-1 lead. Senior Kaylee Rodan stepping into the box now. Kaylee's already delivered a couple of RBIs and scored a couple of times herself in this softball game for Tuskegee. Tuskegee with a mammoth bottom of the third with 11 crossing the plate. They lead at 14-1. First of two here on a Saturday afternoon. Rodan takes a look at that pitch. And that one's over for a strike from Flores. First of two this Saturday afternoon, and you may be wondering why Flores is still on the mound for the Thoroughbreds after she gave up so many in the bottom of the third. As Rodan pops this one up, headed toward the top of the Thoroughbred dugout, and she'll be behind in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Head coach David Morton obviously doesn't want to burn any more capital as it relates to pitching in this ball game with the mercy rule in play. If Tuskegee can hang on by more than 8 here in the top of the 5th, they'll win this one through the run rule. So Coach Morton, sometimes you got to play for the next day. Trying to save pitchers for the next one as Roldan swats one out and down on the grass in center field for a base hit. The senior having a stellar day in her final performance here on senior day at Tuskegee. Her second base hit for her, just a clean hit out to center field by Kaylee as you take a look at the plate, protecting it and swings it right out to center. And she's aboard for Tuskegee to start the bottom half of the fourth. Caroline Clark, another senior for Tuskegee, she'll step in the box with Roldan down at first base. They messed up my score sheet so badly here in the bottom of the third. That is difficult to kind of get back on track, so we'll wing it in terms of players at the box and what they did their last couple times up. So many passing the plate in that bottom of the third inning for Tuskegee. And Caroline Clark, one of those. She got aboard and eventually came around to score. And now in the bottom of the fourth, she's at the plate again with Roldan down at first as she singled to get aboard. Flores still in their circle. Caroline ready at the plate. The pitch swung on, line drive deep left field over the head of the third left fielder, but that ball fouled and out of play. Caroline drove it all the way to the fence line, but right at the end, it took a turn left and just outside of the chalk. So we'll reset it. Caroline down in the count, 0-1. Squares the bunt, but the pitch is off the plate for ball one. One count. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Pitch. That one just out of the zone. Good eye there by Caroline to lay off that pitch. Tempting pitch from Flores, but out of the zone. 2 balls, 1 strike, nobody down, bottom of the fourth. This one straight away center field. Floyd tracking and there to make the catch. Bluffing at first is Roldan. She'll circle back to the bag. 1 down here in the bottom of the fourth. With a bat now is Ava Meredith. She'll be batting for Tuskegee now. Meredith batting in the lineup where Alexis Thompson would normally appear. Ava's first plate appearance in the ball game. Flores with the pitch. Ava shoots it out in the center field, and Floyd with back-to-back catches out in the grass to retire Meredith here. So now it'll be the sophomore Deja Norton. Norton with 1 plate appearance in the ball game on yesterday. Getting a couple of words from Ava. Ava trying to impart a little bit of batting knowledge to Norton, who will step in after Ava flew out on a hard fly ball to center field. Deja, the sophomore from Los Angeles. 2 down, bottom of the 4th. Roldan at first base. She got there on a single out into center field, left side. And Norton steps in. Bottom of the 4th. Flores ready now. And the pitch. Swung on and missed by Deja. Couldn't hold up on that. Midway between that swing, knew she was off the pitch, couldn't hold. No balls, 1 strike. She'll step back in. Deja, 375 batting average. Takes a look at a change up there, but that one off the plate from Flores. Count to 1-1. This one, line drive and off of the glove of the Troxler at second base, and Horton is aboard. Norton is aboard with a line drive base hit to right field, and that'll push Roldan down to second base. And the inning continues here for Tuskegee. Victoria Harrison, the center fielder, set to step in the box now. As you take a look at the sophomore from Los Angeles with her hitting style, laying on that pitch and going exactly where it was thrown to her and drove it out the right field for the base hit. So she's aboard. Roldan down at second. First pitch in tight on Victoria. Victoria's been hit twice with a couple of pitches in this ball game. Scored a couple of times for Tuskegee. Flores with the pitch. Same location, same call, ball. Count goes to 2 balls, no strikes. Flores set with the pitch. She's ahead in the count. 2 down, bottom of the 4th. That one over for the strike. Count to 2-1. Wind has died momentarily here inside the complex. 2 balls, 1 strike. Harrison awaits his pitch up and out of the zone from Flores. Count to 3-1, 2 aboard for Tuskegee. Roldan at second, Norton over at first. 3-1 on the ground to the third baseman. She'll field it there, Brown, and Brown steps on the bag to retire Tuskegee in the bottom of the 4th. So Tuskegee threatens here in this frame, not able to come away with a run here, but they've got enough headed into the top of the 5th. If they can hold it there, they end the game in the rule. Top of the 5th, Thoroughbreds coming to the plate, TU up with a 14-1 lead.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Golden Tiger Sports Network. We are the home of TU Athletics. And we're live from the softball complex at Tuskegee University. Golden Tigers headed into the top of the 5th. Thoroughbreds got to push across a lot of runs if they want to keep this softball game going. Tuskegee with a 14-1 lead. Hampton, first team all-conference pitcher. First pitch delivered there as Ilaria Jones takes the first pitch high for ball 1. Kamaya trying to go for her 9th win on the season for Tuskegee. Trying to end this in 5. 1-1 pitch, same location, high for ball 2. Jones aboard on a base on balls here in the bottom or the top of the second inning. Hampton with the pitch. Trying to find that location near chest high, but just a little bit high there, and the count 3-0. Hampton rocks and fires off the plate for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk there by Kamaya to Valeria Jones, and she's aboard to start the top of the 5th. Back to the order now, top of the order for the Thoroughbreds. Andrelyn Brown steps in, and Brown took that first pitch for a strike from Hampton. Kamaya rocks and fires out, swatted on and foul back. So Kamaya ahead in the count now. No balls, 2 strikes. Hampton, one of the seniors here. Princeton, Alabama native. Some quality time for Tuskegee over her course of play for the Golden Tigers. Ahead in the count here. No balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Top of the 5th. This one inside and tight for ball 1. Brown, a junior from Cincinnati, leads the Thoroughbreds in batting with a .326 batting average. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hampton with the pitch. This one, line drive smeared by Clark. Clark trying to unload it to second base, and he throw the ball away. It was a line drive by Brown that Caroline was trying to grab in air. Got a glove on it, but was deflected, and it went out partially into center field. Caroline was chasing after it, caught up with it, but the throw not in time at second base. Well, they score that as a base hit. And at the plate for the Thoroughbreds, Taylor Floyd. So down the second goes Jones, and at first, and a pop up on the infield or out in center field. Calling it off is the right fielder Beckley, and Larian makes the catch for Tuskegee, and they retire Floyd here in the top of the 5th. So the runners not able to advance on that pop-up, and to the plate now comes Savannah Teal. If there has been a Thoroughbred that's posed a problem for, or beg your pardon now, first pitch at the plate and off the plate. Batting for the Thoroughbreds now, it's Aaliyah Long. That's Floyd retired, and then that'll be Long, then Teal. And a pitch there, and missing on a swing is Long, as a good pitch there from Hampton that was dying, and the count goes to 1-1. So Long took a pitch there, and the count at 1-2. Hampton with the pace on that pitch, ahead in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Brown at first, Jones down at second, 1 down for the Thoroughbreds, top of their 5th. That one swung on and missed by Long. With the giddy up on that pitch was Kamaya Hampton to strike out Long. 2 down here in the top of the 5th. And the Thoroughbreds now down to their last batter, Savannah Teal here in this top of the 5th by run rule. 14-1 lead for Tuskegee. They can close it if they can retire Teal here. But she has been difficult to retire this time. She grounds it out the 3rd, right to Morales. Jessica feels it, steps on the bag to retire the Thoroughbreds here in the top of the 5th. And we close out game 1 here from the softball complex at Tuskegee. TU winning the first one 14-1 after they push across 11 in the bottom of the 3rd inning to win it 14-1 over the Thoroughbreds. We'll get you set for second game action. But in between ball games, I think we're going to have a recognition of our seniors for Tuskegee. 7 to be recognized here at Tuskegee for their work for the Golden Tigers softball program. We'll take a break here and come back with more from Tuskegee on the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15.
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15.
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Golden Tiger fans, I'm Anthony Holloman, Commissioner of the SIAC, and this is Golden Tiger Sports Network.
And we're back live here at Tuskegee University. First ball game of a doubleheader already taking place. Tuskegee winning that one 14-1. Scoreboard shows it all. That 11-run push in the bottom of the third just really blew this softball game out of proportion. Tuskegee able to cruise after that and winning at 14-1. They will go to 21-5 now and 16-2 in conference play. That's the most important point we're trying to make here as you look at the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State, who fall to 10-16, and they go to 8-9. And are 8-10 now in overall play in the SIAC. For Tuskegee, the win keeps them on track. They are first in the West right now. And if they can win this second ball game, they'll get through this series with a 3-0 mark against the Thoroughbreds. But more importantly, they stay on track because they meet Stillman next, a couple of ball games that are non-conference. And then they'll be set to meet the Golden Bears of Miles College to finish off a 3-game series in conference play. They'll have one more series during the regular season, but that's non-conference against Talladega. So if Tuskegee can win here and they'll stay on track, their team that we're keeping an eye on are the Badgers of Spring Hill, because they are right on the heels of Tuskegee in the West, 2 games behind in conference play in terms of one loss. So if Tuskegee can stay in front of them and at least win one of those ball games against the Golden Bears of Miles College, it'll be Tuskegee with that first place seed because they beat Spring Hill in competition here at Tuskegee softball complex early during the regular season. So a lot at stake for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee as they get set for the second ball game of our doubleheader against the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. But right now we're waiting on the senior presentation here at the complex for the 7 seniors at Tuskegee. We'll take a break and have that coverage for you here on GTSN.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15.
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Back live here at the softball complex. You take a look at some of the highlights. The scoring really started there with Alexis Tompkins with a double there outside of first base to plate a couple of runs to get things started for Tuskegee as Morales crosses, and then following her is Kaylee Rodan early in this ball game. There you see Nyla Strange-Lindley with a walk, and her walk allowed Thompson to come across for Tuskegee. And on the mound, Kamaya Hampton, as usual, working inside the circle for Tuskegee. Easy work for her today. You see it, look here from outfield as they doubled off the Thoroughbreds at the plate after a fly to right field. So defensively, everything working for Tuskegee. And there, a throwback and coming to the plate. Watch the dive there by Nyla Strange Lindley with aggression to score for Tuskegee over the Thoroughbreds at home plate. And there, Kaylee Rodan got one down. It rolls to the fence line, and you see two Tuskegee players crossing there after Rodan got a double out into left field to score more. And after the throw at home, she's able to take third base. So a lot of action on the base paths for the Golden Tigers in their 14-1. Back live here at the softball complex at Tuskegee University, just showing you some of those highlights from the first ball game. Another set to come your way here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. Tuskegee wins yesterday 2-0. They win the first one here 14-1. And then the seniors from Tuskegee getting set to be recognized here at the ballpark. Seniors will be Victoria Harrison, Jessica Morales, Kaylee Roldan, Kamaya Hampton, Kaylin Hardrick, as well as Caroline Clark and Nyla Strange Lindley, the 7 to be recognized as seniors for Tuskegee. But right now, as you can expect, the players out after the first ball game, just trying to freshen things up a little bit as they'll be photographed, and players, want to make sure they look their best as they get freshened up and we get set for the presentation. Parents here on Senior Day. Deputy Athletics Director Deborah Ruffin, Rogers at home plate. I see Athletics Director Reginald Ruffin down to our left. He'll come out and recognize the seniors as a part of our day here of Senior Day, recognizing these seniors on a job well done at Tuskegee. Victoria Harris in that center fielder, good job for them. Kaylee Rodan played left to start this ball game, but Kaylee normally behind the plate calling the balls and strikes and does a great job of pitch count and selection for Tuskegee. Jessica Morales, she was at third base in this ball game, but normally plays short. She'll be recognized. And Caroline Clark, a dual player for Tuskegee, plays second base, but she's also a pitcher for Tuskegee. And Caroline with a great contribution to the Golden Tigers overall. You hear Jordan Benson as he's talking about these players when they come out to be recognized, just to give you a little bit of their stats over the course of their time at Tuskegee. And Kamaya Hampton, can't say very much more about her than what her stats really indicate. Just a stalwart for Tuskegee in the circle for all of her time here. First team all-conference player, just tremendous pitcher for Tuskegee, and expect to see her perhaps playing softball at the next level. Nyla Strange Lindley, Nyla behind the plate in this ball game, but a utility player for Tuskegee. Great bat for the Golden Tigers and a stellar defensive player for the Golden Tigers as well. And Kaylin Hardrick, the designated player in this ball game, and Kaylin counted on more for her bat for Tuskegee as a deep designated player throughout the year. And those are the 7 that are being recognized here on Senior Day. But you'll have a better look at them when our coverage continues on GTSN. And they'll come up and be recognized here at the softball complex at Tuskegee. Take another break here on GTSN.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Be the you you've always wanted to be. Wind Creek Casino. It's your kind of fabulous.
Hello, Tuskegee fans. My name is Pamela Perkins, head volleyball coach. Thank you for listening to the Golden Tigers Sports Network. TU.
You know.
And we echo Coach Perkinson's sentiment there. We thank you for listening and watching the Golden Tiger Sports Network. Softball action here today from Tuskegee. Game 1 already concluded. Golden Tigers with the 14-1 lead, or win, over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Getting set for second game action, but before we get into all of that, we're going to have the seniors recognized here on Senior Day. Head coach Dietrich Randall headed out to the center circle. He'll be joined by athletics director Reginald Ruffin and Janicia Taylor, the assistant coach for Tuskegee softball, joining them at the pitching circle as well. Golden Tigers, several players to be recognized. And coming out first at the circle, it's Kaylin Hardrick, the senior from Slidell, Louisiana. Kaylin joined by some of her family members. You see the replica jersey that's being retired in the frame. And the rest of the athletic staff with A.D. Ruffin there, head coach Dietrich Randall to your right, and Janicia Taylor to the left. And congratulations to Kaylin Hardrick for a job well done. .333 batting average coming into this season for Tuskegee. Next senior to be recognized for the Golden Tigers, it'll be Caroline Clark. Caroline, such an instrumental part of the Golden Tigers softball program. Second team all-conference, the senior from Tuskegee, Alabama. .571 batting average for Caroline this season. 1.91 ERA, only one win for her. No losses on the season, only appeared twice as a pitcher, but from the field, she was 9 RBI and 20 total bases, slugging percentage of 714. Caroline joined by her family members and the athletics director and the coaching staff for Tuskegee softball. So Caroline with just one more ball game, the second one of our doubleheader as a senior here at Tuskegee, at the Tuskegee softball complex. Now coming out, it's Nyla Strange-Lindley. Nyla, a senior from Sulphur Springs, Texas. Nyla, .483 batting average on the season, or coming into this the series this weekend. 8 RBI and 19 total bases, on base percentage of .571 for the senior from Texas. And Nyla being recognized here at the ballpark, getting a nice hand for her work as a senior here at Tuskegee. And she will have one more ball game here on this playing field for Tuskegee as we get set for the second ball game against the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. And that number 2 jersey for Nyla is something that she will cherish and likely hang in her home as she's recognized here on Senior Day. Kaylee Rodan set to come out now for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Kaylee from Hawaii, some of her family members here, a large contingent supporting Kaylee as she makes it out into the center circle. And Kaylee from Wahawa of Hawaii, .313 batting average coming into this series. Well, she's got a softball team behind her. Take a look at the specially monogrammed jerseys that they have recognizing Kaylee, number 5. It may take a minute to get everybody in the picture on this one. Kaylee with a wonderful job behind the plate for Tuskegee. You can't find a better pitch caller than her in terms of calling the pitches in the sequence. And she's joined by a large contingent supporting her as you take a look at some of the specialized jerseys with her number on the back. So they call her KK. And that'll be a very sentimental moment for her as so many members of her family are there supporting her on Senior Day. And she gets recognized for a job well done, and she will be in her last ball game here at the complex in our final matchup with the Thoroughbreds to follow after our senior recognition here. So you expect after this ball game it would be even more of a sentimental moment for those seniors for Tuskegee as they continue to be recognized. Kaylin Hardrick, Caroline Clark, Nyla Strange-Lindley, and now Kaylee Roldan with her family supporting her here at Senior Day. Take a look at Coach Randall. They even got something special for him with the chain necklace to the right. And that's what it's all about. That's why these players give so much, because they know that their families are supportive of them being here at Tuskegee University. And they give just as much for Tuskegee University as a part of the program here of the Golden Tigers. Now coming toward the center circle is Victoria Harrison. Victoria from Hamilton, Mississippi. And Victoria with a nice contingent of supporters supporting her as she comes to center circle. Victoria, 220 batting average for Tuskegee, 13 RBI, 21 total bases on the season, coming into the series against the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. And she gets a nice hand from the crowd. And Victoria, just such a strong defensive player for Tuskegee, just really commands all of outfield from her center field position. Anything that's to her right and left field and to her left and right field that normally would be a challenge for the left and right fielder, she's able to cover that ground so quickly and make what would be difficult plays seem routine for the Golden Tigers. So Victoria Harrison, one of the seniors for Tuskegee, being recognized. And coming out for Tuskegee now is Kamaya Hampton. Kamaya, just a linchpin for Tuskegee as it relates to her play inside the center circle. She came into this season as a first-team all-conference player, likely to leave that way for Tuskegee. Kamaya won the first ball game against Kentucky State in this contest this afternoon to go 9-3 on the regular season. ERA of 2.1, and that'll likely dip as a result of her pitching in the ball game against Kentucky State. But Kamaya, for the time at Tuskegee, you talk about Tuskegee pitching, that's what you'll see. Kamaya Hampton listed underneath. Just an outstanding job for her and an outstanding job for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. And coming now to center circle for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee, one of our final seniors will be, it'll be Jessica Morales coming out. Jessica from Deatsville, Alabama. And Jessica with some of her family support showing here. And she'll be joined by A.D. Ruffin, Coach Randall, and Coach Taylor. As you take a look at that framed jersey, number 3 for Jessica Morales. Jessica in this ball game, first one at third base to get all the seniors a chance in the lineup, but normally reliable at shortstop for the Golden Tigers. Will likely see her at that position in the second ball game if Coach Randall doesn't stay with the senior lineup, and probably no reason that he wouldn't. Tuskegee won at 14-1, so a chance to continue recognizing these seniors. As number 3 stands in center circle, Jessica Morales, to be recognized as a part of the senior contingent for Tuskegee. So the seniors, Nyla Strange-Lindley, Kaylin Hardrick, Caroline Clark, Victoria Harrison, Kaylee Rodan, Jessica Morales, and Kamaya Hampton. The 7 seniors for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. They'll all come to center circle now and be recognized as a group to get that final group picture as the senior class for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee gathers at center court. Our center court, or at center, near the center mound there at Tuskegee softball complex, the 7 seniors. Just an outstanding job for them. Been our privilege to cover them for the amount of time that they've been here at Tuskegee, and we'll have them for one more round as they'll meet the Thoroughbreds here in our final ball game of the doubleheader here on the Saturday afternoon. Tuskegee winning the first one 14-1, and the seniors that you see there out near the mound are at the center of the diamond for Tuskegee. A big reason as to why Tuskegee able to win that first ball game 14-1. Big contributions from all of these seniors throughout their time, but particularly throughout that win in the ball game against the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Great job, and congratulations to all the family members that have loaned their player to us as a part of the program here at Tuskegee University. Know it has been a sacrifice for you, and your support for Tuskegee does not go unrecognized for the wonderful job you've done in terms of not only raising these young ladies, but having them be a part of our program here at Tuskegee. As the Golden Tigers recognize this senior group for one final time. Players alone this time as the family members fan out, make it back into the stands. And once again, that senior core, Nyla Strange, Lindley, Kaylin Hardrick, Kamaya Hampton, Jessica Morales, Kaylee Rodan, Victoria Harrison, and Caroline Clark. The 7 for Tuskegee, the 7 Amigos, as they are recognized for their contribution to Golden Tigers softball. We'll leave you with that lasting shot there of the seniors for Tuskegee as we get set for our final of the doubleheader here. Tuskegee wins the first one 14-1. They will drop the flowers, drop the headgear, don the gloves, and don the bats as these seniors get set for their final contest coming up against the Thoroughbreds. That's next on GTSN.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make to level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Golden Tiger fans, I'm Anthony Holloman, Commissioner of the SIAC, and this is Golden Tiger Sports Network.
live on the campus of Tuskegee University, getting set for our second of the doubleheader between the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State and the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Tuskegee winning the first ball game 14-1 over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. We get set for the second ball game, our finale here. Tuskegee trying to sweep the Thoroughbreds. On the mound for Tuskegee, it'll be the freshman Monica Rose, and Rose will be going against Kayla West. This is the same matchup we had on Friday when the teams met for the first time of the first of this three-game series. So set to begin now. It'll be Andrelyn Brown up to the box for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. First pitch from Rose is fouled off left side, and we are underway. Glad you could join us here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. Tuskegee trying to make it 2 in a row here on this doubleheader day and 3-0 overall in the series. This one swatted on and on the ground, cutting that one, and the throw across the diamond is true from Jessica Morales. Jessica at shortstop in this ball game and fires a dart over there to Alexis Thompson at first base to get things going as they retire Brown on the 6-3 put out. And that's the first out of a second ball game this afternoon. So at the plate now for Kentucky State, Michaela Coffey. Coffey starting in the second ball game, played on Friday at the plate twice. No hits for her. She actually struck out twice. Monica Rose set her down twice. Is trying to see if she can set it down here. Starts her off with a strike. 1 down, no balls, 1 strike to Michaela Coffey. Rose, 11-2 on the season. This is a pop-up out in the left field, and that's a can of corn there for Nyla Strange-Lindley with the squeeze for out number 2 for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. And that'll bring up Taylor Floyd. Pitch from Monica. That one's over but low for ball 1. Rose in the ball game on Friday, 7 innings pitch, gave up 4 hits, no runs, 1 base on balls, and had 10 strikeouts. This one swung on and missed by Taylor. Good pitch there from Monica. Starting her off with a 1-1 here. Glad you could join us on our continuing coverage here on a Saturday. First ball game, TU wins. Just underway here in the second. That pitch up and out of the zone. Count to 2-1 now to Taylor Floyd for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Rose, 2-1 delivery. Chopped on and fouled out of play right side behind the Thoroughbreds bench to our right to even the count at 2-2. Our final coverage here at home for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Softball. And this one up and out of the zone to count full at 3-2. Golden Tigers after this ball game will have a ball got the series against Stillman College. Then they will play the Golden Bears of Miles College in a season-ending series there. This one popped up out in center field, sliding to her right is Harrison. They collide there, and the catch was made by Nyla Strange-Lindley and left. And she gets a little pat on the glove from Victoria Harrison out in center field saying, hey, you know that was my ball. They got it done. 3 up, 3 down for the Thoroughbreds. Top of the first. We head to the bottom of the second. Golden Tigers coming to the plate.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities. Healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
Bottom half of the first, Golden Tigers to the plate for the first time in the ball game. Won the first contest today, 14-1. Tuskegee now with a 21-5 record overall and 16-2 in the SIAC. 10-16 for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State, 8-9 in conference play for them. At the plate for Tuskegee, It'll be Beckley, Larian Beckley starting things off here in the bottom of the first. Swings at the first pitch and swats it wide of third base foul for an 0-1 count. Closing the book on the first ball game, Tuskegee winning that one 14-1. The pitching performance by Kamaya Hampton just outstanding. 22 batters faced, just 77 pitches in that ball game as that pitch is off the plate by West. 40 strikeouts for Kamaya, 3 hits, 2 strikeouts, 4 walks, no runs earned, 1 run scored. So another good line for her. Chopper right back to West inside the circle, throws it to first, and not able to come up with the softball at first base is Savannah Teal. So aboard is Beckley after the error at first base on Teal. Take a look at that on the replay there as Teal running down the line just thought that was a routine play, but at the end of it, Teal made it interesting, missed on the catch. Throw a little bit off the bag, but very catchable by Teal, so that's an error on her. And Beckley's aboard for Tuskegee. At the plate, it's Jessica Morales. Jessica, a senior, she was recognized in between ball games as one of the seniors for Tuskegee. Played third base in the first contest, moved to short for the second. Takes the first pitch for a ball here. At the plate, the pitch is in tight for ball 2. As Beckley threatening a steal at first, but pulls back on the bag. Morales ahead in the count now, 2 balls, no strikes. The pitch from West, that one across the plate, called by James Walden for strike 1. James behind the plate this ball game. He and Tim Slama trade places in the second ball game. Slama behind the plate for the first. Now James, 2-1 count. Morales took one high in the zone, and that's ball 3. Tuskegee would like to start early here. They only went 5 in the last ball game, put across 11 in the bottom of the third to shorten the length of that ball game. This one popped up behind home plate, and that'll get to the screen. Lillian Holm looking at it, but that one's so low, not having a chance to get back to that one. So the count at 3-2 on Jessica. Morales, 284 batting average. 3-2 delivery set here by West. This one high in the zone, and Jessica draws the walk, so she's down at first. And that'll move Beckley down to second base, and that will bring up Kaylee Rodan. Kaylee, a senior. She'll step in. Drove in a couple of runs in the first ball game. Chance here with a runner at third. That's at first, second base. That's Beckley. Morales at first on the walk. And Rodan steps in, squaring the bunt. Took that pitch on the inside corner for strike 1. Nobody out. Bottom of the first. Tuskegee threatening. 0-0 score with the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Pitch. That one high and out of the zone. Beckley taking a big lead down at second after the pitch. Works her way back to the bag. Count at 1-1 on Kaylee. One, and that one in tight for ball 2. Tuskegee number 1 in the West. They meet the Thoroughbreds. They're number 4. Came into the series number 4. See what impact that has on them after they've dropped 2 already. Rodan swinging on that pitch and fouls it back to the screen. Kayla West, a senior from Salon, Iowa, on the mound for the Thoroughbreds. 2-4 she lost on Friday to the Golden Tigers. 6 innings pitched, gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned run out of those, 2 base on balls. As Kaylee fights hard at the plate there to stay alive, fouls that one off right side. Count at 2-2. Down at second base for Tuskegee, Beckley. Morales at first on a walk. This one chopped on and fouled back again. So Rodan hanging tough at the box. Got that Kaylee contingent down there in left field behind the fence line with the tent. And you saw them in between games, everybody decked out in their KK jerseys. supporting this senior as Kaylee takes a pitch off the plate. The count goes full. Morales walked after a 3-2 count. She's at first. Beckley got on board on an error on the first baseman Teal on a throw from the pitcher West. So 2 aboard, no out. This one on the ground. Roller to third. Picked up there and fired across the diamond. Rodan retired at first after a good throw from Long, but the runner is able to move up as Rodan pushed one on the ground to the shortstop. So she's retired, but down the second goes Morales, and over the third goes Beckley for Tuskegee. That'll bring up Caroline Clark. Caroline, the designated player for Tuskegee in this ball game, played second base in the first. Caroline, a senior, second team all-conference, and her family on hand here to support her on senior day. Caroline takes that first pitch off the plate on the inside for ball 1. We referenced before, this is our final coverage of Golden Tigers softball for this season outside of the SIAC tournament. Once the brackets get announced, we'll see if we're able to provide some coverage for the Golden Tigers inside of the tournament. Caroline with a 1-1 count. 1 down, runners at third and second. Chopper on the ground to the third baseman. That one's fielded wide of third base by Brown in foul territory. We are back on the Tuskegee campus, the Golden Tigers Sports Network, with baseball coverage coming your way on Wednesday as the Golden Tigers host Point University. This is a pop-up coming down in at the shortstop Long, and she'll field it there for out number 2. So Caroline retired, and that'll bring up Alexis Thompson with runners in scoring position. Single baseball game on Wednesday from Washington Field, and then on the weekend, Benedict comes to Tuskegee for a 3-game series starting on Friday as Alexis takes the first pitch over for a strike, and then a doubleheader on next Saturday against the Tigers of Benedict College. Thompson behind in the count, no balls, 1 strike. Swings at that pitch, a hot shot, but just wide of third base for a foul ball. Alexis way out in front of that pitch, and now down in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Runners at third and second, bottom of the first. Tuskegee trying to notch a run here in the bottom frame. Alexis behind in the count, swings at that one and comes up empty. So Thompson strikes out, and Tuskegee threatens here in the bottom of the first, but they leave 2 aboard at third and second. We head to the top of the second, no score.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
And we're back here at the softball complex, Tuskegee University. Hello to our friends out in the cookout area back behind center field here at Tuskegee University. Just an outstanding place to take in some softball action on the campus of Tuskegee University. And a swing out there in that pitch, going to get some help, was James Walden from behind the plate. Slama down at first base, saying that going around on that pitch was long. As you take a look at the tailgate area here at the softball complex, always good to have them out there supporting Tuskegee. This one's popped up on the infield, and Jessica Morales at shortstop with the easy squeeze there, and they retire Aaliyah Long here to start the top of the second. That'll bring up Savannah Teal. Teal with that error at first base to get a runner aboard Beckley, but that did not come back to haunt the Thoroughbreds as Tuskegee was retired in the bottom of the first. Beckley swings at the first pitch and fouls it off. I beg your pardon, Teal fouls that off. She'll be followed by Lillian Holm and then Kayla West if she's able to get to the plate. Rose with the pitch, swung on and missed by Teal. Good action on that fastball from Monica Rose for Tuskegee. She's ahead in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. We're in the top of the second, scoreless. 0-2, popped on, little popper out the third base, and that's easy catch there by Ava Meredith at third for Tuskegee. Ava didn't play in the first ball game. Gets a first out here in the field with that little catch at third. So Teal retired, and that brings up Lillian Holm. Holm, .310 batting average. Rose with the pitch, line drive out the left field, but foul by Holm. Rose trying to take the Thoroughbreds 3 up and 3 down, just like she did in the top of the first. 0-1 pitch, over but low, count at 1-1. One pitch from Rose. Same location, inside and low. Wind taking a slightly different direction now inside the ballpark. For a moment, it was blowing from left field to right. Had not seen that all day long, but now it's reverse course back to left. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed. Gas there by Monica Rose at the corner to take the count to 2-2. Rose trying to retire the side here. This one popped up on the infield. Beckley squeezes, coming across the diamond from a second base position to get the out. And the Thoroughbreds retired here in the top of the second. We go to the bottom half. Tuskegee getting set to send up Meredith, Harrison, and Strange Lindley in the bottom half.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Be the you you've always wanted to be. Wind Creek Casino. It's your kind of fabulous.
Hello, Tuskegee fans. My name is Pamela Perkins, head volleyball coach. Thank you for listening to the Golden Tigers Sports Network. You know.
I'll tell you one thing I know, that after the ball game, I'm going to be up there on that hill where they're cooking out, grab some grub after this ball game. And thinking about taking the producer, Phil Proctor, but that's probably going to be a no. Ava Meredith now in the box for Tuskegee. Tuskegee looking for the first run of the ball game. We're at the bottom of the second, no score with the Thoroughbreds. West ahead in the count, 0-1, and after that delivery, she's up 0-2 as Meredith swings and comes up empty on that changeup from West. Ava, a junior from Las Vegas. West readies and the pitch. This one high in the zone for ball 1. Ava, .327 batting average for Tuskegee during the course of the season. Came into this series with that number. Oh, called strike 3 there. Meredith thought that was low as in the zone, but West got the call, so Ava's retired on the strikeout to start the bottom of the second for Tuskegee. First strikeout of the ball game for West. As you take a look at Meredith in that box, and the pitch from West right at the knees for the strike. That'll bring up Victoria Harrison. West readies and pitches there. That one on the corner on the inside for strike one. Kayla West, a senior. Good numbers from the mound for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Just went up against Monica Rose first time. Line drive to the shortstop. Long fields it on the hop and fires across the teal. And they retire Victoria Harrison here in the bottom of the second. So Nyla Strange-Lindley. Nyla out in left field for this ball game, was behind the plate in game one. One of the seniors for Tuskegee, her last ball game at home for the Golden Tigers. West readies and pitches. That one with pace, but off the plate for ball one. Tuskegee leading the series against the Thoroughbreds 23-14 after winning the first two in this series. Won on Friday 2-0 and won the first one here today 14-1. West, 2 balls, no strike, readies with the pitch. This one chopped on to the third baseman, cut there by Brown. On the run with the throw, nicely done, tilled fields, and they retire Strange-Lindley and Tuskegee here in the bottom of the second. Tuskegee goes 1, 2, 3, and we head to the top of the third.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Kayla West getting set to step in the box for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State as we head to the top of the third. No score. Monica Rose, the freshman, first pitch. Over but low for ball one. A couple of activities going on with Tuskegee Athletics on this Saturday. Have the spring football scrimmage for Golden Tigers football. It's an 11 a.m. start for that. This one swung on and fouled left side and out of play. Count to 1-1. Chance to see an early look at Coach Aaron James and the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee, as they'll have the scrimmage on Saturday at 11 o'clock. Open to the public, and chance to come out and get your mind geared up for Tuskegee football in the fall. See what the team looks like early on here in spring play. That pitch was off the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike to West. Rose gears and fires. This one swung on and missed by Kayla, so the count to 2-2. Then on the 16th is the Athletics Awards Banquet from Logan Hall. That will be on a Wednesday night at 6:30. That one is not open to the public, but it's the athletics department's chance. That's bounced up there for a 3-2 count. To thank all of the student athletes with awards from the various sports at the banquet. Got a Hollywood theme for that one this year. I guess they'll have some red carpet associated with that. And that pitch low and in the dirt, and West draws the walk from Rose, and she's aboard here to start the top of the third for the Thoroughbreds. For first walk issued of the ball game by Monica, and that'll bring up Reagan Dudley, the left fielder for the Thoroughbreds. Reagan swings at the first pitch. West bluffing a run down the second, but she'll hold there. Quickly up, Kaylee Rodan from behind the plate. Dudley behind in the count. No balls, one strike. Rose fires, and Dudley fouls it off right side, and she's down in the count. No balls, two strikes. Then it's the annual Tuskegee Athletics Department Student Cookout on the 17th. Boy, you talk about some good grub. Athletics Director Reginald Ruffin and his cast of characters in terms of so much fun at that cookout, cooking for the student athletes. And boy, that's a great time just to relax, enjoy everybody in terms of not the pressure of the off season, but just enjoying each other's company in that cookout. And that's called a strike there, and Dudley took it on the corner, and she strikes out looking. Good pitch there from Monica Rose. That's from 11-2. Of course, that's just for the student athletes. And the athletics department, again, just showing us extended appreciation. That's the Thursday after the Wednesday awards banquet. So a couple things back-to-back for Tuskegee as they celebrate a great year of athletic competition and the student athletes who make it all possible for Tuskegee. At the plate and swinging through that pitch for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State is the right fielder, Katie Garrett. Garrett took the first pitch for a ball, so we're even at 1-1, top of the third. A runner at first base. On the walk is West. Rose misses on that pitch to take the count to 2-1. All of this comes at near the end of the athletic season here at Tuskegee. This one fouled back to take the count at 2-2. A couple of accolades that we definitely want to mention. The women's tennis team, congratulations to head coach Gregory Green and the women's team at Tuskegee. Finished the regular season as the regular season champs, and they'll be looking forward to tournament play as that pitch is up and tight to take the count to 3-2. April 18th, starting in Peachtree Center, Georgia, for the tennis championships. But congratulations to Coach Green and the women's tennis team for the regular season championship. That one off the plate, and the second walk issued here in this ball game by Monica Rose. This time Katie Garrett, the beneficiary of that. She'll be down at first base. So that will push West down to second. One down. And back to the top of the order for the Thoroughbreds. It'll be Andrelyn Brown set to step in. But before she does, head coach Dietrich Randall out onto this circle and talking to Monica Rose. Brown grounded out to Morales at shortstop her last time up. Speaking of the infield, everybody in tight here, anticipating a ground ball and trying to get that lead runner perhaps, or maybe turn a double. Rose with the pitch. This one chopped on. A foul ball, foul play, called for and caught. Streaking over there is Morales from shortstop to make the catch for out number 2. So one pitch, one down for Andrelyn Brown, or actually 2 down now after she flies out to Morales circling behind third base. So that'll bring up Michaela Coffey now with 2 down, runners at third, second, and first. Coffey looks at the first pitch, which is over for a strike from Monica Rose. Morales backs up just a little bit at short, and so does Beckley at second. This one out of the zone, but swung on by Coffey, and she comes up empty. That one just about shoulder high for her, not able to lay off of it, and Monica Rose in a good position here. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 down here in the top of the third. 0-2 delivery, chopped on, pop up on the infield. Beckley says she's got it, squeezes it with the one hand, and Tuskegee, after the 2 walks, not hurt at all. We go to the bottom of the third, still scoreless.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Golden Tiger fans, I'm Anthony Holloman, Commissioner of the SIAC, and this is Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Back live here at the softball complex, Tuskegee University. Bottom of the third, still no score. Tuskegee will send up McNair. And then back to the top of the order with Beckley, followed by Morales. Thanks to Commissioner Anthony Holloman of the SIAC. Always willing to help out the Golden Tigers Sports Network. Just heard from him on yesterday. He's at the Final Four, representing the conference, taking in likely some good basketball action at the NC2A Championships. West with a pitch there. That one's off the plate for ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Shauna McNair. 400 batting average coming into the series. Behind in the count, 1-2. Line drive over the third baseman's head just inside the chalks. Shauna may be thinking too. Turns the corner, and she'll pump the brakes there and stay at first base with a single out the left. So she's aboard to start the bottom of the third. Shauna there at the plate, working it nicely. Good compact swing by her. Got it over, arranging Brown at third, leaping for it. And Shauna turns the bag. She's aboard for Tuskegee. Back to the top of the lineup now. Arian Beckley steps in. Beckley chops it, and this one's fouled right side. Beckley ended the top of the third with that little pop-up at second base. Behind in the count now. No balls, 1 strike. At first, Shauna McNair. West readies, bunts down the line, and caught in the air there by Brown for the out of Beckley. So Alaria not able to move Shauna over, and she pops out. And that will bring up Jessica Morales. Jessica, a senior at short. Jessica takes that first pitch over for a strike. Jessica stranded at second base in the first inning. Now with a runner aboard here, McNair at first. Jessica swings at that pitch way out in front of it and fouls it off left side. So quickly behind in the count 0-2. This one turning into a pitcher's duel. Our producer, Phil Proctor, wondering if this would transpire in this ball game. 2 quality pitchers on the mound. Monica Rose for Tuskegee and Kayla West on the hill, or the circle, for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. 2-0 win for Rose on Friday. That was a tight duel from the pitchers. And so far shaping up this way here in the finale. This one chopped on by Morales and wide of third, foul ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jessica leading the team in stolen bases coming into the series. Perfect 10 of 10. On Friday, 1 of 3 from the plate with a double. Had 1 run batted in. This one just off the plate. West with a little wry smile there. She wanted that call, didn't get it. Count to 2-2. McNair down at first base, 1 down, bottom of the third. Morales survey, swings at it and pops it up. This time down the left field line. I think they got some room over there, and the catch going to be made by Dudley. And she'll get it back in a hurry. Bounced it down to second base, and they hold McNair over at first. So Jessica gave it a push down in left field, but not enough. And that'll bring up Rodan. Haley back behind the plate where she normally is. To the plate, batting this time. 2 down. West with the pitch. Rodan takes that one off the plate for ball 1. Two down, bottom of the third. Tuskegee and the Thoroughbreds tied 0-0. McNair at first, pitch to Rodan in tight for ball 2. Congratulations to Coach Easterling being named the SIAC Coach of the Year for indoor track and field men and women at Tuskegee. And that pitch in tight on Kaylee. Good look by her. They'll take it to 3-0. You hear us talking about it all the time about Tuskegee being the standard. And no question about it, throughout this athletic season, that's exactly what Tuskegee has done. One 4-pitch walk to Rodan, so she's aboard as McNair pushes down to second base. And stepping in to bat now, Caroline Clark. Caroline, the designated player in this ball game for Tuskegee. Chance for her to move runners over. Last time she popped up to the shortstop. Rodan with the walk at first. And McNair, she's down to second now. Caroline takes the first pitch for a ball. One 0 on its way, and the pitch. Caroline wanted to pull the trigger, but thought better of it, held up and took it for a ball. Count to 2-0. 2 down, bottom of the third. Tuskegee trying to push one across. We're scoreless here in the bottom of the third. West behind in the count and the delivery. That one on the inside and the count to 3-0. So Rodan got a 4-pitch walk prior to Caroline stepping in. And Caroline right now ahead in the count. 3 balls, no strikes. Here's a pitch. And that one's called a strike. Second time it's happened today for Caroline, which she's seen as a ball on a 3-ball count. It's called a strike. First time by Slama behind the plate in ball game 1, so she had to pick the bat back up. And this time she'll be able to toss it freely and walk down the first after the walk. So back-to-back walks there by West for the Thoroughbreds. And Caroline is aboard, and the base is full for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. McNair over the third after she singled and got on. Rodan walked, and now after the walk of Caroline, Rodan at second and Clark at first. And Alexis Thompson back to the plate, 2 on, bases full. Alexis takes a look at that first pitch. It's off the plate for ball 1. One ball, no strikes. West with the pitch, swung on and missed by Thompson. So the count even at 1 each. Clark at first. Rodan at second. This one's popped up behind the mound, and it'll fall there. Nobody there to pick it up. Just behind the pitching circle, and it fell good. Alexis not exactly happy about it, but she will take that infield single, and she will get the RBI as a result. Just popped it right behind the pitching circle. West was assuming somebody had it. Coming in from short was Long. It was closer to Long than cutting was Coffey from second base, and it fell right in between the two. So Thompson with the RBI, and that'll go down as a single, and across the plate for Tuskegee was Shauna McNair. So McNair, the first runner across. Tuskegee with a 1-0 lead. Line drive by Meredith. It's wide of third base. So Tuskegee again striking with 2 outs. They pushed the first run across as Thompson got the RBI. Rodan down at third now. Caroline Clark at second. At first, Alexis Thompson and Ava Meredith in the box behind in the count 0-2. Ava struck out her last time up. Trying to see if she can't get a crooked number on the scoreboard for Tuskegee. Pulls back, swings, and line drives out the left field, and she got it in the grass. That'll score 2 for Tuskegee as Meredith able to square up and pump it out the left field into the grass, and she'll get 2 RBI as a result, and Tuskegee extends its lead to 3-0. Good piece of hitting there by Ava. Struck out the last time, made some adjustments this time at the plate, and she pushes across 2 as a result. So Roldan scores, and so does Clark. So Thompson winds up at second base. Take a look at Ava in the box for Tuskegee. Good job there, just pushing it right where it was hit. Line drive out softly in the left field, and two players crossing for Tuskegee. 3-0 lead. At the plate now is Victoria Harrison. Thompson down at second, and Meredith after the big single to give Tuskegee a couple of more runs. She's at first. 2 down, 1-1 count to Victoria. Here's the pitch, swung on, popped up behind shortstop, and the catch made out in center field by Taylor Floyd to retire Tuskegee. But the Golden Tigers, after they got a single from Thompson to score 1, and then another single from Meredith to score another 2, they lead it 3-0. We head to the top of the 4th.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Taylor Floyd at the plate for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State as Monica Rose starts her off with a fastball. It's over for strike 1. Floyd flew out to left field her last time up. Tuskegee with a 3-0 lead, top of the 4th. This one popped up on the infield. Thompson says she's got it right in the baseline, and she'll squeeze it there for out number 1. So Floyd flies out on the pop-up to Thompson at first to start the 4th. And that'll bring up Aaliyah Long. Long popped up to the shortstop her last time up. First pitch popped up and at the screen for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike to Long. She'll step back in now. Rose readies and from the circle fires. This one out of the zone high for ball 1. Long last time up, like we referenced, flied out to the shortstop. Swings at this pitch and fouls it off right side. So Monica ahead in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We're in the top of the 4th. Tuskegee with a 3-0 lead. It pushed across 3 in the bottom of the 3rd. Thompson with an RBI and Meredith with 2 RBI in the bottom of the 3rd. 1-2 delivery by Rose. Freshman readies, fires and fouled off. Back to the screen by Long. Leah Long. .282 batting average, freshman from Lexington. 1-2, swung on, lifted out to center left field, circling that way. Behind it is Nyla Strange-Lindley, and Nyla makes the catch, running to her left. So 2 down here in the top of the 4th. And that'll bring up Savannah Teal. Teal in the bottom of the top of the 2nd. Popped up. This one line drive out into the left field. Back-to-back catches there by Nyla Strange-Lindley. That one ends the top of the 4th for the Thoroughbreds. So they go down 1, 2, 3. Tuskegee in the bottom of the 4th. They'll come to the plate, leading it 3-0.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Be the you you've always wanted to be. Wind Creek Casino. It's your kind of fabulous.
Hello, Tuskegee fans. My name is Pamela Perkins, head volleyball coach. Thank you for listening to the Golden Tigers Sports Network. You know.
We head to the bottom of the fourth. As often happens, the player that makes the out in the outfield for the team that's coming to the plate is the first to batter. And this holds true for Tuskegee, Nyla Strange-Lindley. Last 2 catches to retire the Thoroughbreds. In the top of the fourth, she's at the plate. Takes the first pitch from West, which is in tight for ball 1. Glad you could join us for our coverage of Golden Tigers softball on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. This one bunted. Nicely done there. Brown bounces it toward first and safe is Nyla. Good heads-up play by her. The defense is playing back. And she saw that and got it down and toward third base on the bunt. And Nyla just legged it out from there. Good bunt by her. And bobbling it so slightly was Brown, but I don't believe she would have had Nyla had she just fielded it cleanly in terms of switching it over. So Nyla is aboard for Tuskegee to start the bottom of the fourth. And that'll bring up Shauna McNair. Shauna singled her last time up. Eventually came around to score for Tuskegee. Takes a strike there at the knees and the count to 1-1. Nobody out, bottom of the fourth. Tuskegee with a 3-0 lead over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Doubleheader action today. Tuskegee won the first ball game 14-1. Won on Friday 2-0. And trying to complete the sweep. McNair with a good bunt right there in front. This one bounced in the same result. Bobbled by Teal at first and over the third. Goes to Strange-Lindley. So good job there by Shauna at the front of the plate. Let's look at Shauna's work there. Like that should have been fielded cleanly there. And the throw was a little bit offline. And Shauna digging down the line and Teal just not coming off of that bag to ensure that the throw does not get by her. As a result, it does. So now Coach Randall's going to substitute with a batter here. And it looks like it's going to be the senior, Kaylin Hardrick. Kaylin will bat in the lineup as we go back near the top. And she takes a pitch over for a strike. She'll be in the lineup batting for Jessica Morales, who was slated to be at the plate. It's over to third base now goes McNair. And this pitch is off the plate. I beg your pardon, it's Nyla Strange-Lindley at third, McNair at second base. And it's Hardrick batting for Beckley in the lineup. 1 ball, 1 strike, pitch by West, chopped on and fouled back by Hardrick. Hardrick, one of the seniors, and Coach Randall, mindful of the opportunity to play the seniors as much as he can here on senior day, gets her into the lineup batting for Beckley, and Beckley a junior. So we'll likely see Kaylee going out into the field as well. 3-0 lead, Tuskegee. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Aboard for Tuskegee is Nyla Strange-Lindley at third. Shauna McNair down at second. This one on the ground and wide of third on a foul ball. Nobody out here in the bottom of the fourth. McNair got on an error. I'm going to give that to the first baseman, Teal. She caught that ball. This one swung on and missed, but it's dropped by the catcher. She'll throw it down the first, but coming to home as a result is Nyla Strange-Lindley. So Coach Randall right there at third base, sending her after the throw was made to first base. So Kaylee Hartrick with a good job there putting that ball in play, and she'll get an RBI as a result there. As you take a look at her work at the plate, got enough of it to get it out. And right there is the only strikeout, and the throw down the first by Holman, and not allow Strange Lindley to come in from third base. So Tuskegee now with a 4-0 lead. Jessica Morales in the box for Tuskegee. Swung at the first pitch. Takes that pitch for a strike, and Jessica quickly behind in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. McNair over the third base. That pitch off the plate for Jessica. Count to 1-2. Four-0 lead for Tuskegee. West. Rocks and fires. This one on the ground. Fair ball call there. It's inside of the bag, and scoring easily is McNair. And down to first base on a hard hit single to left field is Jessica Morales. So Jessica with the single, she'll pick up the RBI as McNair had to wait for that ball to clear, and it did clear third base. Inside the chalk, went over the bag on the hop and landed inside the chalk down the line. So Tuskegee up now 5-0. At the plate for Tuskegee now, it's Roldan. Throw down to second base, and stealing that base is Jessica Morales for Tuskegee. So Roldan now with a chance for an RBI as Jessica stands at second base. TU already with 2 across here in the bottom of the 4th. West readies in the pitch. That one over and low for ball 2. Still just 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th for Tuskegee. And that pitch just a little bit off the plate, not to the liking of James Walden, and the count 3-0. We're going to have a substitute batter for Tuskegee coming up after Roldan. We'll see here, 3-0 and ball 4. And another late call there by Walden on the inside. And Roldan will have to come back to the plate. Count at 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 down. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Tuskegee with a 5-0 lead. 3-1 delivery by West. This one a looper down for a base hit out in left field. So over to third goes Morales, and Roldan will slide down into second base after the throw back in. So good piece of hitting there by Kaylee Roldan, the senior. She singles out the left and takes second on the throw. So now Morales at third, Roldan at second, and the inning continues for Tuskegee as Kaylee just kind of looped that one behind third baseman Andrelyn Brown. Turning the corner, and they didn't pick her up, and Kaylee down to second base for Tuskegee. Coach Randall making the substitution now. At the plate, it looks like it's going to be Peyton Dunham, the sophomore from Birmingham, and Peyton will be replacing Caroline Clark at the plate for Tuskegee. James Walden making sure everybody's straight on that, and Peyton Dunham will step in to bat here with 1 down, bottom of the 4th inning. Morales at third, Roldan down at second. West in the circle with the pitch. Pulling off that pitch was Dunham for ball 1. Tight at the corners. Brown and Teal at first. Here's a pitch. This one swatted on and missed by Dunham. Dunham swinging away on that pitch. Trying to get it behind that tight infield of the Thoroughbreds. 1 down, bottom of the 4th. Runners at third and second. West with the pitch. This one high in the zone. Count 2-1 as Dunham will step back in. Surveying that pitch selection. West readies, and this one up to the screen, and I think it hit the bat of Dunham. So I think James Walden is saying that that one hit at the bat as it went back toward the screen. Let's take a look at it on the replay. And here's the pitch by West. In tight. Yeah, hit the barrel of the bat. Little bunt attempt there, and Dunham is going to be aboard as that one's bobbled by Coffee at second base. Now she's in a rundown, and the catcher will hold it there, and taking second base is Dunham. So Tuskegee able to squeeze another runner across as Dunham bunted it, and it was not played well on Coffee at second base as she got a handle on it, just not able to field it cleanly, just in a little bit of rush there, trying to slide it over to Teal at first base, never picked it up, and scoring Tuskegee got Morales across the plate as a result. Donna Dunham was safe at first, and she took second, and then over to the third goes Kaylee Rodan. And still with only one out, Tuskegee with a 6-0 lead now. Ball on the inside, and at the plate for Tuskegee is Deja Norton. Norton, a sophomore from LA. With Roldan at third, and now Dunham at second base. That pitch tight on the inside. Should be 3-0 now on the count to Norton as she steps back in for Tuskegee. Deja trying to pick up an RBI here. She'll square, and she takes a strike there to take the count to 3-1. One down for Tuskegee, bottom of the fourth. They've already pushed across three and lead at 6-0. West for the pitch. That one off the plate, and that is ball four as Norton will take a pass down the first base. And that'll bring up Ava Meredith. Ava with a straight single out the left field to get the scoring started for Tuskegee. And she'll come back to the plate now with the bases full. Roldan at third. Takes that first pitch over for a strike. Down at second base. Beg your pardon, it looks like Tamaya Martin down there at second base for Tuskegee. And Norton at first. This pitch high and in the zone for a ball. So it is the junior Tamaya Martin down at second for Tuskegee. And 1-1 count to Meredith. Here's a pitch. And that one got Meredith on the elbow, and Meredith down to first base, and that'll bring Roldan across the plate to score. Bases were loaded, and Ava got hit on that pitch. And so she's down at first base, hit by the pitch. And the line continues to move. Martin now over at third base. Down at second is Norton for Tuskegee, and Meredith at first. And to the plate comes Victoria Harrison for Tuskegee. Alexis Thompson was pinch four in that lineup for Tuskegee. And now Victoria Harrison, the center fielder, one of the seniors. Coach Randall trying to get in as much senior play as he can here on the final appearance by these seniors here at the Tuskegee softball field. 7-0 lead for the Golden Tigers. Huddle at the mound by the Thoroughbreds as Victoria gets set to step in now. Still only one down here in the bottom of the fourth. Tuskegee with a 7-0 lead. Sacks full. Martin at third. Norton at second, and Meredith at first. Victoria takes the first pitch low for ball one. West readies for the 0-1. Don't they call that first pitch a ball? But that one across for a strike. And scoreboard showing 0-2 count now on Victoria. And they got it right now at 1-1. Here's a 1-1 delivery, chopped on to the shortstop. They're coming to the plate. They'll get the play there at the plate. One out there. Sliding in was Martin. But afterwards, after the forced play at the plate, she's retired. So 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th. And Tuskegee still with the bases loaded. And they'll bring up Nyla Strange-Lindley. Nyla singled her last time up. And she'll be looking to see if she can push another run across here with 2 down and the bases loaded. Norton at third, Meredith at second, and Harrison at first. First pitch over for a strike as Nyla looks back at umpire James Walden as if to say, Mr. Walden, are you kidding? No balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch from West. Swung on, lifted out to center field, and ranging there, making the catch out in left field is Aaliyah Long from shortstop. It was hit out the left field. Long got a good jump on it, and she squeezes it there. But Tuskegee pushes across 7 here in the bottom of the 4th. They lead at 7-0 to the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. We head to the top of the 5th.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
We're back live here at Tuskegee University at the Tuskegee Softball Complex. Golden Tigers, we head in top of the 5th inning. They lead it 7-0 over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Winding up this weekend series, Tuskegee winning on Friday 2-0. Won the first one today 14-1 and leading 7-0 here in the top of the 5th. At the plate for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State, the first pitch swung on by Holem, and Lillian Holem takes that first pitch on a strike, swinging at it. Monica Rose, a freshman, still on the circle for Tuskegee. Ahead in the count, no balls, 1 strike. This one popped up and out of play right side. Holem popped out to Beckley at second base her last time up. Beckley now out of the ball game at second base for Tuskegee. It is Kaylin Hardrick. Hardrick, one of those seniors for Tuskegee, out on the playing surface at second base. That pitch on the inside and low to Holem. Counted 1-2. Meredith at third, Morales at short, Hardrick at second, and Alexis Thompson at first. Rose with the pitch, chopped on and fouled straight back. Rose in the circle. Kaylee Rodan behind the plate, out in left field for Tuskegee. Nyla Strange-Lindley, Victoria Harrison out in center. And this one chopped on. Beckley will have a chance at this. Or correction, Hardrick at second. And Hardrick able to squeeze that and flip it over to Thompson for out number 1. So Kaylin with a little bit of defensive work there for Tuskegee. And she fills that one and throws out Holem at first base. So that will bring up the pitcher, West. Pops it up on an attempted bunt, but out of play just in front of the Thoroughbred bench. So Rose will be ahead in the count now. No balls, 1 strike, and West will come back to pick up the bat. Pitcher for the Thoroughbred steps back in. Rose with the pitch. This one out of the zone at 1-1. Monica 11-2 overall on the season. 1-loss record for the freshman. 1-1 delivery. Swung on and missed by West. Rose certainly in contention for all-conference team at the end of the season. Heavy contention for freshman of the year as well. Freshman from Pleasant Grove, Alabama. It's been a real spark for Tuskegee. Line drive out in left field. Over the shoulder run and grab there by Nyla Strange-Lindley. Nyla started out slow on that, but tracking toward the fence line, able to make the catch. So West retired here in the 5th inning on a fly out to left field, and that'll bring up Reagan Dudley, the left fielder for Kentucky State. She takes their first pitch low for ball 1. Dudley has struck out twice in this ball game. Swings at that pitch and misses. That'll make it 1-1. 2 down, top of the 5th. Tuskegee with the 7-0 lead. One delivery. That's over, but low from Rose to count down to 2-1. 2-1, swung on and missed by Dudley again. Dudley just cannot catch up with that Monica Rose fastball. We're even at 2-2 as she'll step back in the box. 2 down, top of the 5th. 2-2 pitch, chopped on and fouled as Dudley stays alive. Back on the campus on Wednesday GTSN with baseball from the Washington field. As the Golden Tigers will take on the Skyhawks of Point University in a single ball game on Wednesday. That pitch off the plate, the count at 3-2 now to Dudley. Payoff pitch coming here. This one swung on and missed by Dudley. So Dudley with the hat trick. She's retired 3 times with strikeouts. And we go to the bottom of the 5th. Tuskegee with a 7-0 lead over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Golden Tiger fans, I'm Anthony Holloman, Commissioner of the SIAC, and this is Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Back live here at the softball complex at Tuskegee University. Congratulations to Tuskegee in terms of his work, in terms of his first place in the West so far. Trying to keep it that way. Kevin Sesberry for the men's basketball team at Tuskegee, all participating in the HBCU All-Star ball game over the weekend. Named to the HBCU All-Star team, representing the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. We'll say congratulations to him and head coach Benchy Taylor. Coach Taylor out there supporting Kevin over the weekend. They're out in Sacramento, and well-deserved for Kevin Sesberry for his work supporting and leading Tuskegee during the basketball season. Right now, we are into the bottom of the 5th. Tuskegee with a 7-0 lead over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Coach Randall Trying to go up and down in lineup to make sure that the seniors get all the play that they want and need here on senior day at Tuskegee. To the plate will be Shauna McNair. McNair not one of the seniors for Tuskegee, but Shauna stepping in to start the bottom of the 5th for Tuskegee with a 7-0 lead. West still on the mound for the Thoroughbreds. And she fires the first pitch, that one low and on the inside. Our correction for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State, Teresa Palin. Palin back out on the mound, the junior that started in the first ball game for the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Palin losing in that ball game. Tuskegee with a 14-1 win there. Palin went most of that ball game. She was replaced by Flores in the lineup. I think she got enough innings in to qualify for the loss, as she delivers a strike here to McNair. The count even at 1-1. Palin with that pitch, a chopper to the shortstop, fielded by Long. Throw across to first is true, and they retire McNair on the ground now to shortstop. That'll bring up Kaylee Hardrick. Hardrick now playing second base for Tuskegee, one of the seniors. Chance to work with the bat in her hand here, as McNair is retired here in the bottom of the 5th. And Hardrick took the first pitch high and off the plate for ball 1. Kaylee would love to come away with a base hit here. Struck out her last time up, but the pitch was missed on the strikeout. She was thrown out at first base, but the throw down to first allowed one run to score for Tuskegee. Count 1-1 now to Kaylee here. Palin set with the pitch. Inside and backpedaling is Hardrick to get away from a fastball down at the low inside the batter's box. So the count at 2-1. One down, bottom of the 5th. Tuskegee with a 7-0 lead. That one swung on, a low pitch by Hardrick. She couldn't resist, and gets count to even at 2-2. Palin now with the 2-2 delivery. That one up and off the plate to take the count to full at 3-2 on Hardrick. Palin sets and delivers. This one chopped on but wide of third, just in front of the Tuskegee dugout. It'll remain a 3-2 count. One down, bottom of the 5th. Hardrick at the plate working against Palin. That one in tight, and Kalin takes a walk for Tuskegee to start things off for TU in the bottom of the 5th with a walk. So one down, and she's aboard. And from the left side of the plate now, I believe this is going to be, as the pitch is low there, yeah, it'll be the second of the twin duo for the Golden Tigers. This time it's Shauna McNair. Shauna with her first plate appearance in this series. Takes a pitch there, down the middle, the count to 1-1. So Shauna and Shauna, the twin duo from Port St. Lucie. This time it's Shauna behind in the count 1-1. Takes a pitch off the plate, throw down to second base, and a tag there. And getting in there on the steal is Hardrick down at second base. He went in standing up, and late on the tag was Long for Kentucky State. So she's in scoring position now with one down. And here's the pitch. Bunt attempt missed by Shauna McNair. And the count goes to 2-2. Down at second base, Kalin Hardrick. One down, Palin ready on the 2-2 with the delivery. That one swung on late on a strikeout there. Throw back down to second base. It got away, but backing up in the outfield was Floyd. So the strikeout of McNair. And to the plate now, Another substitute batter is going to be Martha Hurt, the freshman from Bundridge, Alabama. Hurt just one base hit on the season for Tuskegee. And she'll replace Kaylee Roldan in the Tuskegee lineup. So 2 down, bottom of the 5th. Tuskegee with a 7-0 lead. Kaylin Hardrick down at second base, 2 down. And Martha Hurt, the freshman, stepping in. Peelan readies and pitches. First pitch over for a strike to Martha. Tuskegee got 3 in the 3rd, 4 in the 4th. Pitch swung on and missed. And Martha down in the count now. No balls, 2 strikes. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Peelan. That's called strike 3. Hurt couldn't believe the call, but she's called out on strikes. And that brings the bottom of the 5th to a close for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Not able to plate anybody here, so we play on. We go to the top of the 6th. Tuskegee leading at 7-0.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities. Healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
7-0 lead for the Golden Tigers. We head to the top of the 6th. A couple of players, field positions changing for Tuskegee. Merritt at 3rd, Morales at short, Hardrick at 2nd, Thompson at 1st on the infield. At the plate for the Thoroughbreds, it's Katie Garrett. Garrett took the first pitch, and that one over for a strike, I believe, called from James Walden from behind the plate. This one chopped on, shortstop cutting it, flipping across the diamond as Morales with an easy play there to make the out of Katie Garrett to start the top of the 6th. In the outfield for Tuskegee, out in right field, it's Shauna McNair. Out in center field, Victoria Harrison and Nyla Strange Lindley out in left. This one chopped on and a grounder to Hardrick. She'll pick it, throw it to first, and get the out for Brown at the top of their lineup. So Brown retired 4-3. And Rose quickly mowing through the lineup here in the top of the 6th. Michaela Coffey set to step in. Coffey popped up to the second baseman her last time up. Takes the first pitch right in there for a strike from Monica Rose. Monica readies. This one fouled off the face mask of Kaylee Roldan. She's okay. Picks it up and flips it back out to Rose. 0-2 count as Coffey steps back in. Rose trying to see if she can't retire Coffey on a strikeout here. 0-2 delivery from the freshman. That one bounced up there for ball 1. Taylor Floyd would be next for the Thoroughbreds. Popped up right field and out of play behind the Thoroughbred dugout. One ball, 2 strikes. Coffey set to step back in. Rose trying to close things out here in the top of the 6th. TU with a 7-0 lead. Here's a pitch. It's called strike 3. Good pitch there by Rose. Low at Anthony's to get the strikeout of Coffee to end the top of the 6th. So TU going into the bottom half with a 7-0 lead.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make to level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Back live here at the softball complex, Tuskegee University. Golden Tigers with a 7-0 lead. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Final ball game of a 3-game set against the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. TU winners on Friday, 2-0. Won the first one going away 14-1 in today's doubleheader, and right now they lead half of that amount, 7-0 over the Thoroughbreds. And at the plate for the Golden Tigers, it's Tamaya Martin, the junior from Mississippi. Martin inserted in the lineup last inning for hitting purposes. Back at the plate now. 1 ball, no strikes. Teresa Peelan back on the mound for the Thoroughbreds, took over in the last inning. She started in game 1. Peelan with the pitch off the plate for ball 2. Martin on the season, the 300 batting average. Watches ball 3 sail up high in the zone. Midweek series for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee in softball against Stillman. Bad pitch over but low for ball 4, and Martin draws a walk for Tuskegee. So she's aboard here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And that'll bring up Alexis Thompson to the plate. Alexis got a little would-be soft pop-up base hit to drive in a run. As she squares for a bunt, takes a pitch there for a strike, and stealing second base is Tamaya Martin for Tuskegee. So Martin down at second on a stolen base. And Thompson at the plate behind an account 0-1. Half swing and a pitch there. She was fooled on it and count at 0-2. Nobody out, bottom of the 6th. TU up 7-0. Thompson trying to push Martin. And that pitch off the plate, count to 1 ball, 2 strikes. Thompson steps back in. 1-2 delivery. That one swung on and missed by Thompson. So Thompson on the strikeout. She's retired. 1 down here at the bottom of the 6th. And at the plate for Tuskegee now. And to make that number out, I think it's going to be DJ Norton at the plate for Tuskegee, but we'll wait and see. Stepping back in, the hair flopped over the back of the helmet and down the back of the jersey. Can't make out that number. It's Peelan with the pitch. This one swung on, fielded by the third baseman. Look over there and a throw over the first, and he got the runner at first, trying to hold Martin at second, not able to do that. Swinging was Kamaya Hampton. A rare chance for her at the plate for Tuskegee. She grounds out to the third baseman, Brown. So Hampton retired. And Kamaya getting some work with the bat as a senior here. And over at third base goes Martin for Tuskegee with 2 down in the bottom of the 6th. Coach Randall trying to make sure that everybody on that bench perhaps gets into this ball game. Another substitution coming here. So Kamaya picking up a bat. Normally don't see that very much from her as a pitcher for Tuskegee. But she grounded out the third. On the season, only 3 batting attempts for Kamaya. Coming to the plate now, a natural Miles, a sophomore from Gardendale, Alabama, for the Golden Tigers. Natural normally inserted in as a pinch runner, mostly for Tuskegee during the course of the season. Only 8 at-bats for her during the course of the campaign. 2 outs. She'll take the first pitch low on the inside. That one got away, and coming to the plate is Martin. And Martin will score for Tuskegee. So good job of base running by Tamaya. She stole second base, and she's able to get that run across, and Tuskegee able to get it to 8. And at the end of the 6th, Tuskegee wins the ball game 8-0. As you take a look at the replay of the final ball game of the home season for Tuskegee, and it comes as Tamaya Martin crosses the plate, and it'll push the run total to Tuskegee to 8. And that is where the softball game will end, and Tuskegee will win this one 8-0. So for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee, it's a sweep over the weekend. They went on Friday 2-0, won the first ball game today 14-1, and they win the finale 8-0 over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. So 2 shutouts over the weekend for Tuskegee pitching, and this one ends with Monica Rose shutting out the Thoroughbreds 8-0 in the finale. We'll take a break here, come back and wrap things up from the softball complex at Tuskegee University. Stay with us. Floyd, you got any numbers on? Okay.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it.
Be the you you've always wanted to be. Wind Creek Casino. It's your kind of fabulous.
Hello, Tuskegee fans. My name is Pamela Perkins, head volleyball coach. Thank you for listening to the Golden Tigers Sports Network. T-U. You know.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
We are back live here at the softball complex at Tuskegee University, and the news is good here on this doubleheader day. Golden Tigers win the first ball game 14-1, and they close out the doubleheader today with an 8-0 win over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. And let's talk a little bit about the pitching performance of Monica Rose for the Golden Tigers in this final ball game. She faced 20 batters in this contest. 73 pitches thrown, 52 of those were strikes, and she no hits the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. They do not get a base hit in this ball game. Rose with 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, and just a phenomenal performance by the freshman pitcher for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee, a no-hitter to close out things against the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State in this final ball game. Take a look at some of the highlights from this contest, with Tuskegee winning it over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. Got a little bit of everything there for you, as Thompson with that little blooper right behind the mound, that scored a run there. And then at the plate, Meredith with a single. She got 2 across with that single. Her first hit of the ball game, as Tuskegee was off to the races with a 3-0 lead. Then a strikeout there to Hardrick, but the catch was missed by the pitcher. She got down to first. She was thrown out, but a runner able to score as a result. Then a base hit just inside the chalk at third base, and Tuskegee able to push another run across as Morales scored there for the Golden Tigers in Tuskegee. They have been all golden this weekend, as you take a look at Monica Rose in your screen there, the freshman. And Coach Randall has got to be extremely proud of her and her work that she's done today and throughout the season. That duo of Kamaya Hampton along with Monica Rose as the pitching duo for Tuskegee has just been extra special for the Golden Tigers, which is a big reason that they take their win total now to 22-5 on the season and 17-2 overall, the kind of work that they're getting from those two. But Tuskegee in the field with a couple of nice gems defensively in both games today, and from the plate, Tuskegee just rocking the softball with both pitchers, with West and Peelan coming back. Peelan started the first ball game. Tuskegee got to her earlier. Then Flores came on, and they finished with her. And in the second ball game, West took the mound for the Thoroughbreds. Tuskegee able to push her off of the mound, and then Peelan finishing, and Tuskegee able to cross that 8th run in the bottom of the 6th to win it 8-0 over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. So over the weekend, Tuskegee wins Friday 2-0. First ball game today 14-1, and they do the finale 8-0 over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. So a great weekend of softball action for Tuskegee. They'll play Stillman midweek, and then a big series with Miles next weekend on the road to see if they can hang on to their first place designation as we get closer to the SIAC tournament coming up the first week of May at the conclusion of the season. That will do it for our coverage here from the softball complex. Scoreboard tells it all. 8-0 lead for Tuskegee. At the end of 8, they push across that last run as Martin tapped the plate to make it 8-0 to stop the ball game at the bottom of the 6th inning. Special thanks to the president of Tuskegee University, Dr. Mark Brown, Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Rolandus Rice, and inside the athletics department, none better than the staff there, Athletics Director Reginald Ruffin and the executive producer of our coverage on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. And to Nick Brown, our operations manager and game operations for Tuskegee, does a wonderful job. Jordan Benson, the sports information director, for outstanding work that he does. And Deborah Rogers, the chief deputy athletics director at Tuskegee, organizing our senior day here today, and a great job by Deborah as usual. Anything that's requiring any organization, she's always front and center for the department. And to our outstanding production crew at the Golden Tigers Sports Network, Ogden Bass. Special thanks again for Ogden for cutting some of his trip short out west to come back to have our coverage on yesterday, and stayed for most of the day with our coverage here on Saturday. Phil Proctor with our coverage coming in on Saturday, handling our replays and the production from there. And just to a host of young talent that are going to be budding professionals in terms of our production. We're always so thankful for them in terms of the work that they do. And our special thanks to you for always supporting the Golden Tigers Sports Network by your viewing and listening habits as you've watched Golden Tigers softball over the last 2 days here at Tuskegee University. TU wins it on Friday 2-0. Win both ball games today 14-1 and 8-0 over the Thoroughbreds of Kentucky State. That'll do it for our coverage here from the softball complex. Reminder that we are back on the campus on Wednesday at Washington Field as Tuskegee baseball will host the Skyhawks of Point University single ball game there, and then back on Friday for our single game Friday and doubleheader action over the weekend against Benedict College. That's when we'll be back on the college campus, and we hope you'll be here with us to be with us as we cover Tuskegee baseball then. That'll do it from here. Charles Ward saying thanks for spending part of your Saturday afternoon with us. This has been a production of the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities. Healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.